to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Bump and I are live from Seahawks headquarters, Virginia Mason Athletic Center, because The Huddle, a 2-hour preview for Week 14, is coming your way beginning at noon. Very excited for our player guests, talking to a couple wide receivers. Cody White is going to join us, as will Cooper Kupp. So we're very excited for those conversations. Again, that all starts at noon. In the meantime, we got a little bit of college football talk to get to. And Bump, we talked about it a bit yesterday. Obviously, the College Football Playoff Committee came out with, are they ever not controversial, rankings ahead of the College Football Playoff. Ole Miss bumped up a spot, but really what everyone was talking about, unsurprisingly, is not what was going on at the top, but what was happening at the bottom. Notre Dame being behind Bama, Miami being out of it, and so a lot of controversy. Brock and Salk talked with Joel Klatt about how he'd fix college football. And I think what I wanted to do is to kind of extend this conversation. Look, we're going to talk about the Seahawks plenty today, okay? The college football conversation is a little interesting to me because I kind of think we like the drama. What I'm wondering is, for all the complaining we do about how college football's broken, and oh my God, look at Lane Kiffin, this trashy guy. Like, I think that he's made for college football and that we secretly like these things. Do we secretly like the things that we pretend to hate or really do hate about college football?
I think college football will always give us something to talk about, especially now that they have the CFPs. And I think once we expand this thing to 16, this is going to be a lot easier. But because when you look at just the teams that are ranked 1 through 16 or 17, you can make a legit case for some of these guys. I mean, you got 2 lost teams sitting at 15. You have a 1-loss team sitting at 11. So, no, I think it's easier for us to be all excited about it or be amped up about it, at least for me, because my Cougs will probably never be in this situation. So I don't have a dog in the fight. So I get to sit there and just and pick it apart. And then you just have the biases that you get, with
like
the SEC thinking that they're the best conference in football when it really might be the Big Ten at this point. So, yeah, and everyone has an opinion, and there's some people who support certain conferences, some that don't, and the committee does some weird stuff. So they keep it fresh for us. Let's
take a listen. Cut 1. This is what Joel Klatt said when Brock and Salk asked him how he'd fix college football.
College football has never been more popular. It's never been better. And structurally, we need to fix some things. The biggest thing that we need to fix is that there's nobody looking after the entirety of college football. We just have silos of people looking out for their territory. And once we can get someone in leadership at an entity like the CFP that knows what they're doing, then we can fix some things. The biggest singular thing that we need to fix is that the players need to be unionized and there needs to be a CBA. Then we can limit movement, we can change the calendar, and we can force everybody into a position like the NFL where we know when movement is going to happen, we know what contracts are what, and we can enforce tampering. Once that happens, I think that we'll be in a better place.
Completely agree with Joel on this one. Number one, the product itself has never been better. Like the play on the field and the competitiveness has never been better. But we all keep pretending college football is not very clearly professional. And so we tie it to these wacky transfer portals so that they could transfer along with the semester system. You're not actually, you're not like other students. You're not. I mean, congratulations on getting a degree and a scholarship and all that's fantastic. But like, why are we still stuck pretending, even now with NIL deals, that college football is just kids getting together after class? Like, create a system of rules and govern it like the sport that it is.
I think it's hard for the people who are in power to slowly give it away, right? And that's what we're doing. The NCAA was this umbrella where a few people had all the power. So now that you do have these NIL deals and these young athletes are being paid, power is slipping away. And the NCAA just doesn't wake up one morning and just fix everything at once. It's like, year after year after year, they slowly tweak some things. So at the rate that it's going right now, I mean, this thing won't be fixed for another 4 or 5 years, I would assume. But no, you're right. It's a professional league now. These guys and girls are getting paid lots of money for service, and there needs to be a solid calendar with deadlines that determine the movement. I agree 100% because they're going to keep getting the Lane Kiffins. They're going to keep getting those situations. And I know Lane probably didn't handle this thing the right way, but him having the success at Ole Miss and what happened at LSU was just a chain reaction. Like, he can't control the timeline of this whole thing.
Yep.
Could he have gone about it differently? Probably. So, yeah, I'm with Clyde 100%. We need one governing body. Everyone's working with the same rules, same timelines, and that should fix it.
Okay, so a couple people have their own suggestions of what they want to see in college football. For instance, one listener, Joe in Bellevue, says, number one, they got to ban polls until week 4.
100%.
So what would be one or two things that if I suddenly made you, hey, we have a commissioner of college football now. I mean, I know that obviously used to be the NCAA president, but it doesn't really act that way. So if I suddenly made you, Michael Bumpus, commissioner of college football, what are some things that you would change?
No moves can be made until after the playoffs are done. Absolutely no moves. No coaches, no players
Transfer
in the portal, none of that. College football playoff is done. Then all this movement can happen. Contracts. I've been saying this for years now, right? 2-year contracts for these young athletes. They should be able to move if they want to, but I mean, when I'm covering some of these games, these ACC and Pac-12 games, I look at a kid's stats, and there's like 5 different schools on the stat sheet. And the freedom to move around, I get it, but you also got to learn to commit to a spot. So those would be my main things, man.
I feel like is that kind of what Joel's getting at too, with the idea being if you had a union, then you'd have contract, like you could have more formal. Okay, that's what I thought, because I've heard you say that before, and I do agree with you. It's not. I think people, in my opinion, see students getting or athletes getting NIL deals is the problem, when I don't think that's what it is. I think it's the unregulated wild, wild west version of college football that's the problem. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. It's okay that students are able to make money because, I don't know, a car dealership wants to pay them for appearances, or because like a booster group wants to pay them money to go there. Okay. A version of that already exists in professional sports. You guys aren't, unfamiliar with this and what it looks like. That's fine. That's fine to me. I don't think that's corrupting college football. And by the way, you know this, anyone that I've worked with who's been a player knows this. This was around long before NIL deals were actually a thing. There's always been money in college sports. The problem to me isn't that, and I kind of push back at the idea that that's somehow corrupted or ruined it. I agree with you. The problem is that we're still operating in a world where college sports are tied to a school calendar and are treated like there's no one governing body. It's just kind of like it is the wild, wild west, and that's what it is. Product is great, but in what world? Imagine how weird it would be in the NFL if you could, if a coach could leave, if Mike McDonald could get hired by some random team and then leave in week 14.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, too, is coaches have been doing that for a while, too. Right? Coaches have been able to leave. I think the power is shifting into the hands of the players, and I think that the players should have a lot of say in what's going on, but I also think that without a set rules and regulations, then it gets a little messy, and that's just what we're seeing at this point. I also don't think it can be fixed overnight, but the NCAA has to just lock themselves in a room and just get after it. It can't be fixed in an offseason. It literally can, but they're in no rush to do that.
Someone said anytime you have a union, everything is going to get more expensive every single year. We've already got too many expensive things. That's way too much money. The schools can afford it. These programs, college sports, college football and men's basketball in particular, bring in billions in combined revenue. This is not this is not a problem, you guys.
No. And
there's already money in college sports.
There is. But I do think that there needs to be some type of salary cap as well.
Sure, I'm fine with
because
that.
a school like Oregon will be able to go out and do whatever the heck they want to do.
Ohio State.
Why do you think Texas Tech is ranked top 5 in the country this year? Because they were able to invest in all these other in these players. So yeah, I'd be there for a salary cap as well. I know the players wouldn't. I know their PA would not go for that, but. Are we trying to keep it competitive? Like, are we trying to not necessarily even out the playing field? Because if you do have a salary cap, all right, the best players are still going to go to certain schools, right? You're just not going to be able to just have just a surplus of talent sitting over there on the sidelines. So that's why I'm down for a salary cap.
Yeah, and you're never going to have parity in college football like you do in the NFL or any professional league. There's too many teams. Right? Like,
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen. I'm sorry for everyone out there who, I mean, I'm one of, I went to UW, which on some ways is in a good place, and in other ways is still going to be a stepping stone for people.
Yeah.
It is what it is. It's the nature of your school. Just accept it. It's fine. Right? But, so you're never going to make it like completely fair. That just is what it is. But I think that college football, and we're really isolating it to college football here rather than just college sports at large. College football operated for so long as though it was not a professional product, and now that it's injecting these things, money, a transfer portal that's still trying to be on a semester system instead of the actual football schedule, it's pure chaos. Because the product that people are watching is not making sure that athletes get to start their spring semester on time. The product they're watching is making sure that number 6 Ole Miss, now number 6, still has its head coach in the college football playoff, which it will not. Part of that's just college football is going to have guys bouncing around. Like, a Lane Kiffin has to exist in college football. He's not going to exist in the NFL.
No.
He is a college football product who would be here whether NIL deals were a thing or not. Lane Kiffin is college football.
Yeah,
but how do you keep it from Lane Kiffin abandoning his team when they still have a playoff game to go?
Deadlines, contracts, having a calendar or a schedule that everyone abides to. That's the only way to do that, because you're right. The Lane Kiffins will always be around because there's always going to be a better opportunity. Now, he might have just reached the pinnacle, right? There are a few teams where this is the dream job. This is it, right? It's LSU, it's Bama, it's Ohio State, maybe Notre Dame, but we saw Brian Kelly dip from Notre Dame to LSU. There are about 5 to 10 schools to where, all right, this is it. Only place to go from here is down. But on the climb, you're going to have those situations where coaches are forced to leave early, because once you start talking to these schools, other universities don't want you hanging around. You're talking to this other school because players can move now. You're going to recruit players who are already on your staff. It's just it's a big old mess.
Yeah, someone said, Brock spoke on this, and college programs aren't making millions. The TV stations are. College is not. College programs are fine. Okay? Kalen DeBoer is getting paid $10 million plus a year. There are college coaches getting more than NFL coaches are getting.
Yeah.
These are not programs that are in need of money. Yes, college sports are often, as a whole, held up and funded in large part by football and men's basketball. Like, there is an uneven amount of revenue brought in, but this is not something where those programs are barely breaking even. Okay?
No.
There's a lot of money in college sports that they choose to spend on whatever improvements they want to make, whatever ways they want to recruit, whatever salaries they want to throw their way. Look at how much money LSU is currently paying 3 coaches.
Yeah.
Like, the money is there. This isn't just TV programs. I understand what Brock is saying.
They're making
Brock knows
money
more
too.
about college football than I am, but I also think that what I would imagine what Brock is not saying is that these programs don't have money.
They wouldn't be they wouldn't be playing football if they didn't have money. But yeah, you're right. TVs, that's where the money is. The TVs are making all these deals, man. And that's why these schools were leaving. That's why UW, Oregon, and all those guys left the Pac-12, because of the TV money they're going to be able to get over there in the other conference. So, yeah, everybody's making money. These schools aren't poor and struggling. You go and look at their facilities and the gear that they give these kids. All this is funded. So everybody's making some money.
Seattle Sports is proud to team up with Cairo News Radio to celebrate 37 years of holiday magic. Join us December 10th as Cairo News Radio shares stories of hope and highlights the amazing work Treehouse does for youth and foster care across Washington. You can learn how you can help make the season brighter at mynorthwest.com/holidaymagic or text MAGIC to 866-979-3776. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number one, the Cowboys and Lions meet tonight in a pivotal Thursday Night Football matchup. What's the real headline?
There's two things you're going to hear tonight. The Cowboys' dreams crashing down, and Michael Bumpus clapping when the plane lands. If you guys need a reminder, we have a little side bet. Michael Bumpus, who travels every single weekend for work, you have to film yourself clapping when your plane lands. Can I say, like, anytime it lands, there, coming back, like, anytime your plane lands over the weekend, you have to film yourself clapping.
I'm with that, but I think the Cowboys are going to get this one done today.
You have a lot of belief in your Cowboys.
The Lions are banged up. They're hurt. Amon-Ra St. Brown is questionable. They lost their tight end. They have some offensive linemen who are banged up as well. And the Cowboys are playing some good defense. So we shall see if it does go down that way. I will film myself clapping. I'll have Barbara, whoever's sitting next to me, film me clapping as the plane lands.
I think you should just put your phone down and just start. I bet you anything.
Someone's
I bet you anything other
join
people. Remember Ian yesterday during the break? He said he got swept up in one once.
Yeah.
He didn't even mean to. It's just he goes, I just got swept up in one. We said, what do you mean you got swept up in one? He said, everyone just started applauding, and I just found myself clapping too.
That's how I feel about people with the wave. Like, so many people say they don't like it, but every time I go to a Mariner game, people are doing the wave. Like, if everybody hates it, why are we still doing it? If everybody doesn't like clapping on a plane, why are we still doing it?
Headline rewrites.
Headline number two, Jason Myers was named NFC Special Teams Player of the Month for November. What's the real headline?
I don't see any returners winning Special Teams Player of the Month for November.
Like a returner's never done that before?
Well,
I'm
it's
just
not
saying.
November.
What I'm seeing from notable kicker hater Michael Bumpus, what I'm seeing is Seahawks kicker winning NFC Special Teams Player of the Month.
How's this? That's not a good thing that he's won that award. We need touchdowns, not field goals. Touchdowns.
He's
So if he wins,
61
if
points.
he wins this again, I'm going to look at this offense sideways one more time. Good for him.
Wow.
Do your thing.
Wow.
But we need touchdowns, not field goals.
You're going to look at the offense sideways?
Yeah.
Why the offense sideways?
Because
It's
they're not
special
punching
teams.
it in. The reason
So
why
giving
he's
him
kicking
opportunities?
these field goals is because we're not punching it in.
Or are they getting him into field goal territory? That's an accomplishment.
There's something called a fourth down. You get to fourth and long, you got to get it to your kicker. Thank you, Myers. I appreciate you.
This is crazy.
But
erasure of kicker
offense,
history.
we gotta do better.
I think that
He should never get this award.
Wow.
Offense has to be better.
Wow. Bump, you and Wyman are blinded by your hatred of kickers, and it needs to stop.
Would you want 6 or you want 3?
I want any
Three
Seahawks.
twice is 6.
3 twice
so
is 6.
there you
So,
go.
That's
so
two
he's gotten
two
6.
possessions.
What do
You're
you think
getting
of, thank you, Curtis.
2 possessions, 6 points. I want 1 possession, 6 points.
I think that Jason Myers is doing great things. Look at God. And you have a lot of hatred in your heart for kickers who you don't think
I don't
are
hate
athletes. Are kickers football players?
You already know the answer to that. Why are you trying to stir the pot up
My
again?
answer is yes. I see he's wearing a uniform.
All-time leading scorer in Seahawks
All-time
history.
leading scorer in Seahawks history, I said.
No one has put more points on the board.
No
in
one.
franchise history than
Franchise
Jason
history.
Myers.
That's many years, Bump. More than 5.
Jason Myers, I love you if you're listening to this. Jason Myers walks away from a football game and is completely healthy.
You know what? Hang on, I have something to. Hang on, I can do this, Curtis. Hang on. Curtis, if you need to tap in, let me know. Let me know. You know what, Bump? Okay, we'll come back to this.
My
We'll
man
work
is
on
fresh.
it. Maybe not
But think
completely.
about
You
the
can pull some
mental
hamstrings.
toll.
Thank you,
of
Curtis. The mental
game-winning
toll.
kicks.
Yes.
That's right.
That's what I meant to
pressure.
say. The
All eyes
pressure
on
of going
him.
out there in the
Yeah.
final seconds of a game. And then, you think about that Rams game when he didn't make that kick. You know who felt the worst after that game? Not Sam Darnold, who threw 4 interceptions. No, Jason Myers.
Not Sam
left
Darnold,
that
who
game
threw 4
thinking,
interceptions.
God, this is on me. We talk all the time about how Cal Raleigh, like you have the mental mistakes that are in your head and sitting with you, and how hard that can be to just try to ignore that. That's what Jason has to deal with.
Okay, well, poor Jason. Poor Jason.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 3, CBS announced Russell Wilson will be a guest analyst on their NFL pregame show this weekend during the Giants bye week. What's the real headline?
We call this a pre-retirement soft launch.
I think he's going to be good. I think this is going to be the next chapter in his career. He's going to dumb it down for folks, because football can get complicated, or football players and coaches can try to make it a bit more complicated than it really is. But no, I think he's going to be good. But yeah, he's setting himself up.
I've been wondering about Russell Wilson's post-football career, which I think we can all assume is going to happen relatively soon. And he has not been especially likable, does not come off as especially authentic, but also seems like someone who would veer towards a public-facing job. So I'm very curious to see if maybe a different version of Russell Wilson emerges in a broadcasting career. Because there have been some broadcasters where I thought, like, oh, that guy's not going to be good. And then they were. Because they just kind of assumed a different type of personality. Like maybe once the pressure of being perfect or the pressure of, I don't know, being in your 20s and in early 30s changed. And there are some people that don't work out at all as broadcasters.
Right.
So
I would love to hear him be critical. Like that would be a stark contrast to what we see from Russell Wilson on the day-to-day. Like, could he rip a coach a new one? Could he rip a player a new one? Like, I would love to see that on a broadcast. I don't know if he's got it yet.
I don't think he's got it.
Nah, he'd be respectfully.
I just do not think that's in him. Although, which players turned broadcasters do you think are the most blunt? Like the most, like they are unafraid to say what's on their mind.
Receivers.
Greg Olsen is pretty
That's true.
up front, even though I don't like him. Yeah, Steve Smith.
Michael Irvin.
Yeah. Because it's hard. Like you suddenly become a broadcaster and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I still know these people. And like now I have to be really critical. And then I've got people that are saying I'm still in the game and you're not. What do you know? Like, oh, wow. Suddenly it is not. It's not that it's hard and they don't get it. It's just that you're in a tough spot as a former player.
Yeah, because
that doesn't exist as a
critiquing
exactly.
publicly.
Yes.
And you understand why some things happen and why some don't happen. But you also want to be honest as well, and it's entertainment. There's producers who encourage these analysts and hosts just to be a bit outlandish sometimes.
All right, still to come. As a reminder, it's a shorter show today. We are going to get to the Seahawks with Bob Condotta joining us at 11. And coming up next, has Sam Darnold shown you enough to believe in him for your 2 and 3?
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer and a different Seahawks player every week. This should be fun. Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in Seattle. And our more than 95 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
The holidays are here and we all want to celebrate in style, but sometimes stubborn fat and loose skin keeps us from looking and feeling our best. Stacy Ross here. Imagine a simple one-day solution. Introducing ProSculpt, the treatment everyone is talking about. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe, gentle, yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while you're fully awake. ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target problem areas, your waistline, face, neck, arms, and thighs. Avoid wasting time and money on gimmicky lasers or fat-freezing methods. ProSculpt is one and done. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat, tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. Celebrate the holidays and get yourself a gift with a free consultation and get $250 off. Schedule at ProSculpt.com for powerful, permanent fat removal and skin tightening. It's ProSculpt.com.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life. Like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers, not available in all states.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Okay, only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There, the last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming your way in 15 minutes, it's Hype Train, having fun on a Thursday. And then, of course, a 2-hour preview of Week 14 starting at noon. Dave Wyman going to join us. Before we get to that, I don't want to say we're previewing year 2, but you introduced an interesting question, Bump. Hey, have you seen enough from Sam Darnold to feel good about him in year 2 and 3? And the reason I love that question is that when the year started, in fact, even before they signed Sam Darnold, when they were kind of in a very brief quarterback limbo, I was wondering, well, maybe they just eventually make a trade for a high first-round pick and get their quarterback. I'd let myself think, like, that surely must be what they do. That has to be what they're going to do. they don't have that pick right now. It's not a great quarterback class in 2026. And Sam Darnold is most certainly going to be your guy. Let's revisit how confident we feel about that bump.
I feel good about it. I mean, you also got to look at what's out there. You know, you look at the quarterbacks that could be available next year. Stop me when you hear a name you want. Daniel Jones, Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Marcus Mariota, Zach Wilson, Tyrod Taylor, Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Nice guys.
Mitch Trubisky. No, it's the guy that is that could possibly lead your franchise is not out there. I think you got that guy last year. Sam was the hottest QB on the market because of what he did with the Vikings, and you did that. So now you look at, all right, college football and the quarterback class that's coming out there. We were spoiled a couple of years ago. This ain't a couple of years ago. These guys, I'm sure there's going to be some quarterback who ends up being a good professional, a good pro. Mm-hmm. But like you mentioned, you don't have that first-round pick. And we still got work to do, right? We still got to see what Sam Darnold is going to do, how he's going to finish this year. But so far for me, I think there's enough to say, you know what, bring it back this second year. Let's continue to build this chemistry. Let's keep adding to this football team. And you should be the guy next year.
Yes, should be, and I feel good about that in a way that will openly admit I did not in, I shouldn't even say week one, just when they signed him. I thought like, oh, great, Sam Darnold, he's got a good arm. He's clearly very, very talented, was a number 3 overall pick, but like this feels like another version of Geno, right? And again, I like obviously was wrong about Sam Darnold improving. I thought that him being close to as good as he was in 2024 would be your best bet.
Right.
And obviously he's even better. He's better than he was in 2024. I know that the last couple games have people left with a few questions, understandably so, but I feel both much better about Sam Darnold in year 2. I think he's absolutely proven he's that guy for you, and still left wondering a little bit about what it means to build up a franchise without having drafted that guy. Because I don't know, I guess the versions of either we haven't had many examples of dynasties, but the versions of great teams that I remember and that I think of always have those drafted guys. I'm not saying it's always the case, but like right. I'm saying I'm still finding myself challenging that.
I mean, you think about the last few Super Bowl champs. I think Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford are the only ones who weren't drafted by the teams that they won a Super Bowl with, but Matthew Stafford and Tom Brady were also OGs in the game. And when you play as long as they've played, you're probably going to be on a different team. So they've shown that it can be done. But both of those guys are going to be in the Hall of Fame. Do you have a Hall of Fame guy in Sam Darnold? No, not right now. Could he turn his career around for the next 4, 5, 6 seasons, win a Super Bowl, and get into that conversation? Who knows? Anything's possible. Kevin Garnett. But it's a good point that most Super Bowl winning quarterbacks are drafted by that team. But things have changed. The game is changing. Defenses are changing. Offenses are changing. So why not change that aspect of it?
I mean, I did go back. We had this segment a while ago, and it was far more common in very early 2000s into the 90s to have a little bit more variance there. You know what I mean? A guy that you didn't initially draft. Just like Super Bowl teams could look a bit different, right? You'd have, the Cowboys drafting Aikman, having their team full of stars, and then you'd have teams with, you'd have Warner, right? Like you'd have slightly different paths that people took. It just so happens that like the more recent iterations of teams that we've seen, it's well, they're not a Super Bowl team, but the Bills drafted Josh Allen, that's their guy. The Chiefs, they drafted Mahomes, that's their guy. The Bengals, if they figure it out, they drafted Joe Burrow, that's their guy. And so I don't know, I think I'm eager to see if the Seahawks, much like some of those teams in the early 2000s and 90s, and certainly before that, kind of challenge that idea and say, no, we can build up years-long success with a guy that's very talented, but we didn't draft.
I mean, Steve Young wasn't drafted by the Niners,
yeah.
Drew
Brees
by Tampa
wasn't
Bay.
drafted by the Saints.
Right? So there are examples of that. And why not? Why not let it be Sam Darnold in this crew? I think what's most important with this Sam Darnold situation is that the supporting cast continues to perform the way they've been performing. Like this defense has a real chance to be something special. They already are something special, but keeping the band together and having those guys grow a bit as well. That's what's going to help. Sam needs the support, right? He's not the guy that's going to win you a bunch of games by himself. Thankfully here, he doesn't have to do that. All he has to do is not turn the football over, get Myers within field goal range so he can win Special Teams Player of the Month, and this defense will hold it down.
All right, let's take a listen to a bit of what Sam Darnold's going to maybe need to continue to prove here and what I think he can. Let's go to Daniel Jeremiah and cut 6 on 2 things Darnold can clean up to become a Super Bowl contender.
I would say the 2 things that were in this game that I think you can clean up a little bit. Number one is just way too many tip balls where, he's got to figure out a way to get around that. Some of that's on the back. Like there's times where the back's just got to, you can't really, maybe you can't cut quite like you used to be able to, but you got to get into their chest, at least try and get the hands down. But Sam's got to do a little bit better job of finding lanes and not getting so many balls tipped. And then there's also, especially in the red zone, it's happened a couple times this year where he's just got to have his clock, just to have a little bit better clock and a little bit better feel. You get to 2 hitches, man, like it's time. You gotta go, you gotta take off and run, or you gotta throw the ball away. And he's getting hit from behind. Taking a sack is one thing, but then you got to worry about protecting the football at that point in time.
Are some of the questions we have about Sam Darnold things that are fixable?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure, especially what Class is talking about right there. And sometimes he's holding on to the football because he's trying to give the route a chance to develop. I talked about JSN. A lot of his routes are crossing the field. You're passing through zones. You're trying to anticipate the movement of the flat defender according to a route combination that's over there. But he's absolutely right, man. You get to that second hitch, a decision has to be made. And I said yesterday, I just want to see him take off a bit more. I'm not saying be reckless and try to take on defenders, but, man, get out that pocket, pick up 3 or 4 yards, especially on first and second, and you should be okay.
Let's see. I think that there's still some stuff Darnold can show for you to believe in him even more for a year or 2. I will say, I am completely comfortable with Sam Darnold in year 2 right now if the season ended today.
Yeah.
That's knowing he threw 4 interceptions against the Rams. That's knowing that for the last couple games it maybe hasn't been his very best. I think that he's just so surpassed my wildest expectations. He has done so without being the quarterback that I just assumed he would need to be. I thought they're going to have to get this great run game. They're going to have to make sure the offensive line is perfect, the run game is going, and then he can have a supporting cast that's good enough.
Mm-hmm.
No, he was slicing and dicing.
Yeah.
He was the most explosive passer in football through about 11, 12 weeks of the season.
Yeah, that's the football season, though, man. Every quarterback that you can think of in this league right now that you consider elite are going to have bad weeks. It's just going to happen. That is the league. It's rare that you get a season like Aaron Rodgers did a few years back, 40 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, something like that. You'll get them every now and then, but for the most part, every quarterback is going to have a few weeks where they don't look like the elite quarterback you want him to be. Hopefully, we're done with that over here.
Yeah. Man, I'm so excited to see where they go for the rest of the season. And I really do. Okay, I know that we're going to get more into a Falcons preview. I didn't even save you a lot of time. I know we're going to get into a Falcons preview basically for 2 hours with the huddle. Is there an opportunity here against a tough pass rush for Sam Darnold to have more of a statement game against Atlanta?
I think I'm done with the statement games with him. It's not even a statement game. It's just
because he doesn't need to make one.
Yeah, just clean it up. You've had a few games where you've thrown 3 or 4 touchdowns that look sharp or whatnot. Now it's just doing what's necessary to win the football game. And with him, it's just don't turn the dang ball over.
I guess I say it because I think that for this team to be at its very best, Sam Darnold does need to be a big part of that story.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to be Sam Darnold averaging 9, 10, 11 yards per pass completion. And it needs to be JSN having over 100 yards. The run game hasn't been, it's been fine. It's not been good enough for me to go, just manage.
Yeah.
The version that they need to, I think, win a Super Bowl is one where Sam needs to have more of a statement.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm a little nervous about it against the Falcons. You've been watching a lot of film, so we're going to get into it. You and Wyman are going to help us preview beginning at noon, so maybe I can hang on to some of those questions until then. Hype Train coming your way next.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Charbonnet. He's going to go.
Touchdown, Seahawks! Taking you inside the VMAC every week, Thursdays noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle, every Thursday at noon, exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
If you've been thinking about getting a new Ford, I've got great news for you. Family-owned and operated Wayscar Ford in Auburn is having their 103rd annual year-end holiday sales event. This year, all new Fords are priced at only $1 over factory invoice, and that's on the entire Ford lineup. That's right. Every new Ford is priced at only $1 over factory invoice, and that's before any rebates, customer cash, or low APR financing. Plus, they all come with a lifetime powertrain warranty included at no additional cost. And if you're pressed for time, don't even worry about it. Wayscar Ford will deliver your new car to you. At Wayscar Ford, you'll never be pressured. You can purchase with confidence because every single vehicle they sell comes with a full 5-day or 500-mile, 100% money-back guarantee. So if you change your mind for any reason, just bring the car back for a full 100% refund. The $1 over factory invoice sale is going on right now. Check it out at wayscarford.com.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Resendiz Painting reminds listeners the holidays are meant to be a time of good cheer and warm gatherings with family and friends. Don't spoil the spirit of the season by getting behind the wheel after drinking. Always designate a sober driver or take a ride share for a safe ride home. Let's all work together to keep our roadways safe and accident-free this holiday season. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Resendiz Painting, the family-owned painting experts celebrating 15 years of serving you. Online at resendizpainting.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here. For my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group, are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I've got a special offer for you right now. Take advantage of off-season savings through December and get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and improving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476. PCFgroup.com.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Talking Seahawks with Seattle Times' Bob Condotta in 15 minutes. Before we get to it, let's head to the station for Hype Train. Lots of football with today's. We'll start with this one. Thursday night football. It's Cowboys-Lions. Lions pretty banged up in this one, but you're not going to be choosing the winner or loser per se. This is your Hype Train. The loser of tonight's Thursday night football matchup, Cowboys-Lions, will miss the playoffs.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's an easy one because well, technically the Cowboys can lose this if they win out the next ones, but I think that because of just the mentality of Cowboys Nation and that team, if they lose one, it's like, oh my God, we're back, right? Back to our old self.
Yeah, neither's like eliminated, but their odds are.
And then the Lions, man, they're just so beat up. They are so beat up. And you look at what the number 1 seed Chicago Bears are doing over there, even though I think they're going to come back to reality. The Green Bay Packers are playing some good football as well. The North is tough once again. So, yes, whoever loses this, they done.
Now, Curtis, if you need some numbers for this one, the Lions' odds to make the playoffs drop to just 22% if they lose. Like Bump said, neither's eliminated, but the vibes for both teams are tough. So, Bump is boarding. Are you?
I'm boarding this train. Yeah, this is a classic loser leaves town match. I don't see either Detroit or Dallas making the playoffs with a 6th loss, especially considering, I mean, your only path at that point is probably winning your division, and that would put you a couple games back. If you're the Cowboys, it'd put you a couple games back of the Eagles. If you're the Lions, it'd put you a couple games back of the Bears and Packers. Because the 7th seed right now is San Francisco. I don't think you're passing them. And whoever finishes in 2nd place in the North, whether it be the Bears or Packers, they're your 6th seed. So it makes it very tough for either Detroit or Dallas to make the playoffs. So, yeah, whoever loses tonight, your season pretty much done for.
Brady, we're all aboard this one. I'm boarding this train as well. Again, like we said, neither of these two teams are officially eliminated, certainly, by getting a loss today, but both are already on the outside looking in. And I think what's messing with either of their chances, and Curtis kind of hinted at it with his own answer, is the fact that the Bears and 49ers are already there.
Yeah.
Like, if you had the 49ers injury luck catching up to them and they were a 5-win team, first of all, the Lions would probably be in the playoffs, but they wouldn't need to worry about it. If you had the Bears barely hanging in there, like clinging on or maybe even fighting with the Lions for a spot, but because the Bears and 49ers are so much better than I think people would expect, 49ers only because of their injuries, they were a Super Bowl favorite, it's already screwing with these two teams. So, yes.
This thing about the Bears, though, man, Caleb is the worst quarterback in the game when it comes to completion percentage. It's like below 60% at this point. But their defense is playing so dang good that they're kind of masking some of that stuff. He's not making horrible decisions. He's just not accurate at some times.
My only question with the Bears is they've had amazing luck with turnovers and takeaways. And while I think that there is a correlation between teams that don't get a lot of takeaways are usually bad, right? The Jets just got their 2nd. The Jets are a bad team. And teams that get a lot of takeaways are typically good. I also think that, tell me if you disagree, I'm guessing you'll say yes. I think there's luck involved with takeaways.
Oh, yeah, it's always luck.
When you get that many takeaways, as many as the Bears are getting, part of that's just fortune.
You know what creates luck, though? Preparation.
An opportunity.
There you go.
Next up. Russell Wilson taking advantage of a Giants bye week to join the CBS broadcast crew. He's going to be, this is your hype train, a good TV analyst.
I think he is. I think he is going to tap into something that we don't see, right? Maybe it's him just being a bit more relatable. Maybe it's just going to be the way he talks about the game. Maybe his goofiness actually shines on TV. You know, Gronk is a goofy individual, different kind of goofy.
Yeah, like a
but
goofy.
It like shines, you know. Gronk has a job has a job for a reason. So no, I'm gonna say that he's gonna be just fine, and people are gonna like him.
Curtis, Russell Wilson will be a good TV analyst.
I'm gonna board that train. Yeah, I think so. Now, if he gets on one of those roles where he starts naming everybody, then I think people might start rolling their eyes. But yeah, I think he'll be a good TV analyst. And you look at that CBS crew, the youngest guy on that panel is Nate Burleson. Like, they need some youth. And
yeah.
I think Russell Wilson can add that to that set. So I wish him luck. I think that is going to be a pretty obvious, like, post-NFL career for him. Will he be amazing? Remains to be seen. But I think he'll more than hold his own. And this will be a nice little test run.
I'm going to board as well, our second train with everyone aboard. And I want to push back. Someone texted in saying I was being hateful of Russell Wilson by saying he'd need to be a little more authentic. I don't see how that's hateful. Russell Wilson is very buttoned up. He is very calculated. And I think that he has the capability of being a good analyst, but kind of needs to let a little bit of it go. And I think he's capable, but like my entire point is the version of Russell Wilson that succeeds as a broadcaster is one that can be just a little more authentic.
Most teams, right, CBS, Fox, whatever,
Yeah.
right, the pre-halftime and post, you could see guys just hanging out
Sure.
and having a beer.
Yep.
You know, and Russell has to find a way
He's got
to fit
do
into that group.
Exactly. And if he can, I think he'll be perfectly capable. Next up. Alabama set to play in the SEC championship, and there are some fears among the Crimson Tide fan base that they'll be left out of the college football playoff if they lose. This is your hype train. They will. If they lose, they are out.
Here's the thing. You know, I'm not a Bama fan. I'm not a Bama hater. But if they lose, it's like they're being punished for having a good season and getting into the conference championship game. That is the most legit argument that I've heard when it comes to SEC and Bama. And I think that that's the way the committee's going to look at that. I think Bama's in regardless. I think they obviously, if they win, they're in. If they lose, they're in. They just can't get smacked by like 50 points. If they lose by a score, make it interesting. The way that they were talking about that win against Auburn, right?
That fourth down decision.
That was gutsy call. But Georgia is a good football team. They're going to be coached up. So I think Bama's in regardless, as long as they don't get smacked.
Okay, so Alabama gets left out of the college football playoff with a third last loss on Saturday as the hype train. Bump says it doesn't even matter if they win or lose. They're not getting left out of that playoff, so he's not boarding. Curtis, are you?
I'm not going to board, and it's for an entirely different reason. ESPN is the one that puts the college football playoff on every single season. You think they're going to go 2 straight years without Alabama in that field? They need some eyes on this puppy. They need viewers in Alabama, like them or love them or hate them. They bring in the most eyes in college football outside of maybe like Notre Dame. So I think Alabama does get into the college football playoff with or without that third loss. So yeah, I see the Crimson Tide moving on, regardless of whatever Saturday's result is.
I'm with you guys on this one. Let's do one more. I don't want to be an echo chamber, so we'll just throw in one last hype train. Iced coffee's cool again.
Apparently it is.
Cool again.
Apparently.
What a switch up.
I did go through a phase where hot coffee was the new iced coffee, was kind of my brand. As you guys know, I change my brand every once in a while.
Yes.
You just got to freshen it up a bit. Iced coffee's cool again. Bum.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll just ride with Stacy. Whatever Stacy is drinking, today's iced coffee, it's back.
Curtis, iced coffee, cool again.
I mean, who said it wasn't? I think, we'll board that train. That's my preferred method of drinking coffee. But
I think, I'm boarding this train. I think for about a week, I thought people who drink hot coffee are actually more emotionally mature than people who drink iced coffee, but I actually think it's emotionally mature to embrace who you are. And
you know what? And that is real.
Thank you. That's on God. That's on God. Seattle Times' Bob Condotta joins us next.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District, the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer and a different Seahawks player every week.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Welcome to Cricket Wireless. Santa?
I've got to get Mrs. Claus a gift or I'm in a whole lot of trouble.
How about a single unlimited line? Only $35, plus a free Moto G 5G.
Dude, you're a lifesaver. Here, take a present.
Says it's for Timmy in Des Moines.
Never heard of him.
Join Cricket Nation and get a single line for $35 per month, plus a free Moto G 5G. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Requires activation of new line on select unlimited plan or higher. Pay $40 first month. New lines only. First month service charge. Tax to sale fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cliff Averill here, giving a big shout out to the biggest and the best in the Northwest. That's right, I'm talking about Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Time and time again, they've been voted the best resort and best casino with the best chicken wings. There's nothing like being the very best, so come check out everything this place has to offer. Hey, when they say the biggest and the best, they mean it. Everything's on the table at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Find out more at muckleshootcasino.com and please game responsibly.
The Oki Golf Platinum Players Card is $50 off with the Friends and Family Holiday Discount. The best value in golf. Get 7 prepaid rounds, 7 50% off guest passes, and unlimited discounted green fees at every public Oki golf course. Play favorites like the Golf Club at Newcastle, Washington National, and Harbor Point. This is the only time you'll see a deal like this. So whether you're gifting it or grabbing it for yourself, don't miss your chance. Visit okigolf.com and save $50 before December 31st.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
We are well into the rainy season, Seattle, but it's not too late to get your roof replaced. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and get $500 off your roofing project this winter. Our certified technicians build a custom plan for your home, ensuring a worry-free installation even in the winter months. Replace your roof now while material prices are low and lead times are short. Stop wasting your time on costly repairs and Band-Aid fixes. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today and secure your $500 discount. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Auto Lock Masters reminds listeners the holidays are meant to be a time of good cheer and warm gatherings with family and friends. Don't spoil the spirit of the season by getting behind the wheel after drinking. Always designate a sober driver or take a rideshare for a safe ride home. Let's all work together to keep our roadways safe and accident-free this holiday season. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Auto Lock Masters ALM, the family-owned automotive key specialists Proudly serving the greater Seattle area, online at autolockmasters.com.
IRG Physical and Hand Therapy doesn't just treat injuries, they elevate athletes. From weekend warriors to elite competitors, IRG Sports Institute clinics are built for performance, blending top-tier physical therapy with advanced sports science and personalized training plans. Hey, Brock Hewitt here with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Why? Why elevate athletes as well?
Because here at IRG, Brock, our motto is we want you to be your best self, your best physical self, your best mental self, and your best community self. At our new IRG Fremont Sports Institute, we're providing that type of care. We've got the latest equipment, the greatest techniques, the providers there that are excited to get you better, basically bigger, faster, stronger. Doesn't matter if you're a weekend warrior, a recreational athlete, an elite athlete, we will make you to be your best.
You'll work with specialists who understand the grind because they've been there. With access to cutting-edge equipment and recovery techniques, you won't just heal, you'll come back stronger. Visit irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Seahawks kicker Jason Myers is your NFC Special Teams Player of the Month. His 15 field goals are tied for third most in a single month in NFC history. It's Lions-Cowboys for Thursday Night Football tonight. Detroit has home field advantage, but is also pretty banged up for this one. Most notably, Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's been dealing with an ankle injury, is questionable.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Talking Seahawks with Seattle Times reporter Bob Condotta right now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Bob, how's it going?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good. We've been talking for a couple days now about whether the Seahawks feel, look, sound like a Super Bowl team. And so that's just been kind of a theme of what we're looking at. It's more of like, okay, how do they, round themselves out? How do they become more perfect or complementary? Is there anything that in Week 14 against the Falcons you'll be watching very closely because it would make this team more dominant or a more true contender?
It's kind of a broken record thing, right? And that's, I guess, how it always is with teams, because when they have a weakness, until they solve it, that's kind of their thing. I would still look to their running game and establishing it earlier. And so I know they've a few of these games lately, it's kind of looked better lately, as it did Sunday. They didn't do much early. It looked a lot better when you looked at the final stats because of what they were able to do a little bit better in the second half. But I think when you get into the playoffs, I think, that's going to be the MO on teams, is probably to make sure Jackson Smith and Jigba doesn't beat you on offense and try to force Sam Darnold into making mistakes. And the best way to avoid those things is to have a good running game and to be able to establish it from the start, and whatever established means. But, I think we know what that looks like, I guess, when we see it. And if they're able to kind of just put those kind of drives together, I think their defense is good and is going to stay good and is going to travel well. That's kind of an NFL maxim, that defense travels well and that running game travels well. And that, the passing game is definitely where you can win a lot of games. But sometimes when you get in the playoffs, if you've got to go on the road, which, that's probably all going to come down to the Rams game next 2 weeks from now, whether they're going to have to go on the road much or not. But if they do have to go on the road, and if you've got to go to Philadelphia or Green Bay or somewhere, or Chicago or somewhere like that where the weather might be unpredictable, you would probably want to rely on that. So I just feel like the rest of the way, that's something that they're going to have to show a little bit more. The Super Bowl teams we've seen in Seattle all had really good running games, and they all had really good defenses, and were able to rely on those things once they got into the postseason.
Bob, what do you make of Atlanta? They're third or second when it comes to sacks. They apply a lot of pressure. They're going to blitz a lot. They have talent offensively. Bijan Robinson, you got Drake, Kyle Pitts over there. And I feel like Kirk Cousins is always liable to get hot and just go on a streak. But what have you seen with the Falcons and why have they struggled?
Yeah, it's really hard to know what you're going to get out of Kirk Cousins in a way. I mean, what a weird situation for him, right? He's kind of this completely in limbo quarterback who I don't think really wants to be there. Is probably surprised he's still there. And then Michael Penix gets hurt, and suddenly he has to play out the season. But there's really no building for the future here with him and that. So he's just kind of playing week to week. So you're right. I mean, obviously a veteran guy who's done a lot against the Seahawks, or he's played a lot of games against Seahawks and thrown for a lot of yards in his NFL career, and certainly can do that. I think they're going to be without Drake London again, right? So the receiving core, they've really been hit hard by injuries with some things that have happened to some guys. So you're right about the defense. That's a thing they're known for with Raheem Morris and all that. And they will bring a lot of pressure and try to do that. So that's going to put the onus again on Sam Darnold. He has, he's probably caught some breaks he didn't catch against the Rams when he threw the 4 interceptions. The last couple of weeks, there's been, either some balls on the ground, and he did lose one last week, but, there's kind of been some fumbles and some things that could have happened each of the last 2 games that fortunately they didn't happen more of. So that is going to, continue to be a thing, I think, with them and with him until that completely cleans up. But for sure, Atlanta's going to try to do that. Having been there last year and a couple of times, that's one of the sleepier stadiums in the NFL. It feels like. I doubt it's going to be a real raucous crowd. They'll probably be, last year I remember the entire second half, it felt like a Seahawks home game. So that's not going to be a super tough environment, I don't think. So, if they come out and take care of business early, don't make mistakes, don't give what fans may still be there. Probably going to be a bunch of fans that's still left over from the SEC title game that haven't gotten out of the stadium yet. So it's, this should be one they should be able to go down there and take care of business if all goes right. But obviously that's probably what, all the LA Rams fans thought when they were heading to Carolina last week.
I wanted to talk about some of the offensive weapons outside of JSN that Seattle's going to need to utilize here in the final stretch. It's not that JSN can't have a really strong finish to the season, but one of the most common questions or concerns that we've been getting from folks outside of Seattle, Bob, in our interviews is, well, you saw what the offense looked like without JSN, and the implication being that they don't really have a lot of talent there. But I don't know, man. Bump's been talking about the tight ends all season long. Zach Charbonnet with another touchdown is on pace to set a new career high. So first I'll ask you, who behind JSN do you think that this offense will be turning plenty to in the final 5 games? And what do you make of the whole of their offensive toolkit?
Well, they got to get more involved is Rashid Shaheed. I mean, that's why they traded for him. They traded for him to be a third receiving threat who could really contribute a lot and, be capable at any time of, even if he's not making a bunch of catches, he could make 2 or 3 per game that are really influential, being a deep threat, make some, turn in some 30, 40-yard gains, things like that could really flip the field and turn the game around a little bit. So to me, that's the really obvious guy. I think it's just been a matter of they've played a couple of, since he's arrived, they've played some good defenses. They've a couple of games that have been maybe a little bit different, kind of a little bit stranger maybe in the way they've evolved. So I think it's kind of made it hard to get him involved in those ways. But I feel like that's the guy, is heading into the playoffs. You would really want to see him get involved a lot more so that you feel like you're comfortable with that aspect of things going in. And then, Charbonnet fits in what I was saying earlier about the running game. I mean, if they, just both those guys, I don't think it matters who it is, but Ken Walker and Charbonnet, just between them and, utilizing the strengths they have, I think you've seen the last couple of weeks, it's become a little more pronounced that they're using Walker in early downs, and then they're bringing in Charbonnet on third downs. And then last week it felt like it was 2 series Walker, 1 series Charbonnet kind of thing in terms of who was playing on the early downs, and kind of going that way. And so just kind of sometimes it's just a matter of which series kind of goes better when which running back is in there. But getting both those guys involved that way is something, with Walker, I think you're seeing him try to do is throwing the ball to him a little bit more because he is so good in the open field. And so I think that's something I think they want to try to do more at times. And I think you're seeing them try to do a little bit more. And then A.J. Barner, I think he's kind of banged up right now. He's been on the injury report the last couple of weeks. I think he's got 2 injuries listed right now. So that might be impacting him a little bit here these last couple of weeks. And that might be why they haven't been wanting to use the tush for the Barner push as much, maybe. I think there were a couple opportunities the other day. It seemed like they could have, and they didn't. So, maybe getting him healthy as well for the stretch run and kind of back to completely the way he was a few weeks ago would be advantageous for them as well.
What do you think about? Royals had his moments, right? Like he's had a couple big plays there, and then obviously not having Horton is affecting this offense a little bit. Are you concerned that all right? Well, teams are just now going to zero in on JSN, bracket them, do what you got to do there, or do you feel like even with the guys who are missing like Horton, that this offense still has enough to be, I guess, multiple in the pass game?
Well, I think that was a part of the reason for the trade for Shaheed was knowing that Horton maybe was going to have to miss some time. So I don't feel like missing Horton's necessarily the issue. It's just they've got three, proven receivers in JSN, Cooper Kupp, and Rashid Shaheed. So you just got to do a little bit better job of turning to those other two guys when you can. I don't read a ton into the offensive numbers on Sunday, really, because once they took the 10-0 lead, that game was over, as long as they don't screw it up. I mean, the Vikings were never going to drive the ball down the field on the Seahawks. Right? Max Brosman was just not going to be able to do anything on them. And so I think especially once they took the 13-0 lead, and then when they got it, it was 16-0, I think, after the first series of the third quarter, at that point, it was just let's hurry up and try to get out of here without anybody getting hurt. So I don't read a ton into the offensive numbers it didn't look great, I know, but it did end up being a 26-0 win, and that's sort of the goal of the whole thing at the end of the day is to just kind of win the game and move on. And the Vikings have a pretty good defense, and when they saw how aggressively they were playing, I think the Seahawks went to a lot more just quick hitting stuff, and let's just kind of try to go that route instead of trying to hit big plays against these guys, because that was going to be hard to do with the way the Vikings were playing. Royo, I think he had that drop early in the game on Sunday, and you do want to see a little bit more consistency out of him. He's certainly a guy that they feel like can stretch the field, and we've seen that a couple of times. So I think he wants to try to start seeing that a little bit more from him, and with AJ Barner, if they mentioned earlier, if you can get him back, maybe kind of completely healthy and back to where he was a few weeks ago, I think that would help them quite a bit as well. But I think I don't think there's any secrets here. It's just when teams want to take JSN out of it, you're just going to have to get more from Cooper Kupp and Rashid Shaheed and the tight ends, and maybe that's a time to also just try to get the ball in the hands of the running backs more. I think the Vikings were really playing a safety over the top on JSN the other day. That's when you do want to try to be able to run the ball a little bit more. If the safety is going to be, if they're going to keep a safety back to do that, then that's when this is always a topic in the Russell Wilson days as well, when teams are trying to play the Seahawks that way and take away Russell's deep game, and that's okay if we can run the ball and make them have to bring the safeties up a little bit more, then we can get back to going over the top on them. The Vikings were just making it really hard to go over the top on them on Sunday.
I've found Mike Macdonald's press conferences and interviews this week to be very interesting. I just think that he's been talking a lot about, and you guys have asked him a lot about team identity and things that he loves. His sit down with Brock and Salk, he talked about, he got kind of fired up about the idea of people, I don't know if you heard this, kind of like just rolling out plays that they like or think will work, just like just bad play calling. In his interview with you guys on Monday and on Wednesday, he talked a lot about like it being a copycat league, John Schneider's role in developing the identity of this team, just a lot of like philosophical type things from Mike Macdonald this week. Anything to you, Bob, that was sticking with you or kind of stood out from all of those interviews?
Well, it's funny because in some ways, those topics, and some of those were raised by questioners who I think are, kind of wanted to get his thoughts on some of those things. And he's right about all of that. What is interesting is there's always that dichotomy, right? In that the NFL is a copycat league in a lot of ways. Players always tell you, when they bring in a player from another team, a lot of times they'll be like, 90% of what everybody does is the same. It's just how you do it. They'll call it different things. So that's what you have to learn a lot is the terminology. But in terms of what you're actually doing, so much of what everybody does is really similar, just because it's what's proven to work and it's what you can do with the kind of talent that you have and things like that. But as he says, I think he was really trying to address the idea that teams could just look at what the Vikings did and everybody can just do that. And, and his point, which is really valid, is that that's hard to really do on a week-to-week basis in the NFL. Suddenly, if you're the Atlanta Falcons, to just suddenly look at the Vikings film on Sunday and on Monday decide you're going to implement all that. And then in 2 or 3 days of practice with, all the challenges that there are in an NFL season with guys banged up and you only have, it's not training camp where you got 90 guys and full scout teams you can roll out there. You only have so many guys that you can suddenly perfect all this to then on Sunday, roll out 15 different things that some teams never seen before and that you've never practiced, that you've never shown before. But conversely, if something's not working, I think he was kind of making that point as well. You can't just keep doing the same thing. At some point, you do have to change things up if things aren't working. So, I think he was kind of saying that week to week to week, you do have to, these are all the challenges of being an NFL head coach, is trying to figure out how you change things enough from week to week to make sure you're not just doing the exact same thing, because teams will figure that out. But the reality of only having so much practice time to make these things work when it comes to Sunday, if just one guy isn't in the right spot, everything goes, it doesn't matter if the other 10 guys work it perfectly. If one guy doesn't get the call right or whatever, that can screw up everything and can result in a 60-yard touchdown for the other team or whatever. So, it is a really interesting challenge for teams, and especially this time of year when, especially the kind of the ravages of the season start to catch up to everybody. And the Seahawks have to think about, they got a game this Sunday, they got a game next Sunday, and then they've got maybe the biggest game of the day, biggest game of the year, 2 weeks from today. So they've got 3 games between now and next Thursday that are two Thursdays from now. And, so kind of getting all their players through to that point as well. There's just a lot going on.
He is Seattle Times Bob Condotta. Make sure you're following what's going on by reading Bob's work at seattletimes.com. Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, thanks a lot, you guys. All right, talk to you later. Bye.
Have a good one. Hawks Live is back, and you can join Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer tonight starting at 7 p.m. at Bellevue Square Center Court for a live broadcast and preview of this week's game against the Falcons, plus a visit from Seahawks defensive tackle Brandon Peely. That's tonight, 7 p.m. It's a free event at Bellevue Square Center Court. You can learn more at seattlesports.com/events. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, Bump, what can't happen on Sunday?
I think Bijan Robinson is the most talented running back in the game right now. His running style, his vision, his quicks, all that good stuff. But there's one running back who's doing everything for his team, and that's Christian McCaffrey. Bijan Robinson cannot beat Christian McCaffrey this week, right? You got to eliminate something. He's got 995 yards, averaging 5.1 per carry, but he's also is the team's second leading receiver with 594 yards.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So we can't have him having a Christian McCaffrey type of day where he rushes for 100, receives for 100, and this offense has some type of life. Easier said than done. But you look at the second level and those safeties, the edge and the safeties, y'all got to be on point. Rally to the football, get him down, especially in the pass game. But I think that's the key for this offense is Bijan Robinson, right? It's not a news flash or anything like that, Stacy.
News flash. Bijan Robinson, great player.
Right. But, no, you can't have him go off. I can take 100 yards on the ground and just limit him in the pass game.
Speaking of their leading receiver, Drake London, I know there are questions about his injuries. We're going to have an opponent preview coming up during the huddle. The final 2 hours of our show is a 2-hour preview for Week 14. Second down. Bump, what's a part of the defense that has improved drastically from last year, and why do you think the improvement's been so massive?
It's interceptions, right? Last year they had 16 interceptions total. This year they're already at 13. And a lot of that has to do with what's going on up front. The big boys are doing their thing. Excuse me, they had 13 last year. The big boys are up there doing their thing, man. And when you're able to get pressure and you drop 7 like that, then the passing lanes are going to be crazy. And a lot of it is luck, too. I think you talked about luck when it comes to the Chicago Bears. You said is a lot of their takeaways luck. I'm sure. Like, you look at just the interception, the second one from Ernest Jones. Job just gets his hand in there, the ball pops up, you get a gift. The first one, DeMarcus Lawrence is ripping the rookie down, and he loses his mind and tosses the football like a grenade, and you get it. So there has to be some luck there, but you have to cause chaos, and that's what this team has done to force these interceptions. They are causing chaos on every single level. They got guys doing that. So it's a good number. Good to see interceptions are up.
Third down. All right, other than the Seahawks-Falcons, what's your game of the week?
I just had the schedule pulled. Give me a second. It is the Bears against the Packers. This game right here.
Your Bears.
You know, every year I ride with a team. But this year, this game is going to say a lot. because we think the Packers are a good football team. I think Jordan Love is a good quarterback. LaFleur has a system that works over there. The question is the Chicago Bears. Like, how real are these guys? Because they're about to hit a stretch that is going to be extremely difficult, and it starts with the Packers. It started with the Eagles. Last week, they beat the Eagles. But then you go Packers, Browns, it lightens up a little bit. Then you finish Packers, Niners, Lions. I'm going to keep watching them every week, but this is the big one. If they can split one of these 2 games with the Packers, because I assume they're going to beat the Browns. And then you never know with the Niners how healthy they are, what's going to happen. But no, it has to be the Bears against the Packers.
Can I throw in, because our next one isn't necessarily a Seahawks one, can I throw in a listener question? They just said, should we be worried about Kirk Cousins?
You should be worried about every quarterback in this league. Kirk Cousins has shown he can get hot and he can go. This year, his numbers aren't too great. He struggled. I looked up his chart before the show. He struggles in 2nd and long and 3rd and long situations. Most quarterbacks aren't the greatest there. You get him there. No, I think you respect him, but we've seen Kirk get hot, man. So you're not scared of him, but you respect him.
4th down. Anything stand out from our conversation with Bob Condotta?
Yeah, Bob said that what do they play in the Mercedes-Benz stadium? It's a sleepy,
quiet.
It's a sleepy stadium.
Sleepy.
I think the Hogs have the personalities on this team to bring their own juice, right? We've seen these guys do their thing with Spoon and Chinna and Leo and all those guys, but it's typically up to the defense to kind of be the emotional leaders because on offense you got to be a bit more calculated. So, no. Can they get themselves up? You're on the road, right? It's going to be an early game. It's going to be a sleepy stadium out there. Can they bring the juice and get going?
The Seahawks have played 3 games at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Obviously, they've played far more in Atlanta, but 3 games technically at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Guess their record.
3-0.
Yes.
Yep.
Yay. Those wins, fairly close, except for the most recent, obviously, from October of last season, 34-14, but 27-20 one-score game, 38-25. I mean, you know what? I take it back. Not very close at all. And then your last 3 losses against the Falcons have all been here in Seattle. Really? Yeah. So in your last 6 meetings against this team, you have won all of your road games, and they have won all of their road games.
All right, let's keep it.
Keep
it rolling.
Shame on me. I should have saved that for our quiz tomorrow between you and Curtis. What's the record at right now?
I'm winning now. 6-5-1.
6-5-1 and 5-6-1. You know, that can always change. You never know. Anything could happen. 253 wants you to know that they're rooting for the Bears too.
Thank you, 253.
My pops is a Bear fan. A few friends here in town.
There you go.
Alex is a Bears fan.
Alex in Monroe?
No, our friend Alex. Our friend Alex.
Alex Mayer from the Mayor.
Oh, Alex
like
Mayer.
Our Alex.
Yeah, you got a last name with Alex.
I don't know any other Alexes.
There's a lot in my phone with the name Alex.
I don't know any Alexes except for Alex.
I know Alex Altman. I know Alex Brink. Obviously Alex Mayer.
You know what it is? I don't know a lot of people. I know one Alex. I know one Mora.
You know, you got to know a couple Michaels.
I know a couple Michaels. I know one Curtis. No, I know 2 Curtises. I know, that's it. That's all the people I know.
That's it?
Yeah. So when I say Alex, I'm looking at you like, what do you mean who's Alex?
All right, give me a name.
I'm going to tell Alex you said that. I was got distracted because I was looking for a listener who texted in. He said, you look like Death Row Record Mariners, and I look like I want to go hunting.
I can see that.
Like, it's giving hunting.
Yeah.
A little bit.
It's giving more of, I want a cabin vacation. Just got some coffee, some hot coffee.
I'm not proud of how I look today.
I like the colors.
Oh, so Alex Rodriguez. But I don't know him.
You don't know him.
I don't know him. I still only know one. And you know what? I don't want to know anymore.
That's it.
There are only certain friends where I can only have one of that person, and that's it. So I don't know. If we're going to meet more, you know what I mean? Like, I can't know any more Curtises. I can't.
Can't handle it?
I can't handle it emotionally. I can only know 2 Matts. That's it.
Okay.
No more. That's already too many, frankly. I think. I miss Matt.
Where is Matt?
I don't know.
Matt Nelson?
Yeah.
Just taking some time off.
Did we find out who Matt got in a fight with, Curtis?
We did not, but I've got more people on the case to...
You got reporters in the field?
To dig the information out of him, yeah. Mainly
We're sleuthing
Gary
it.
Hill and Aaron Goldsmith, so they're on the case as well.
We'll find out. Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
Thursday Night Football between the Cowboys and Lions at 5:15 p.m. on Amazon Prime. Also, the Kraken take on the Oilers at 6 p.m. on Kong and Amazon Prime. Coming up next, a college football team goes rogue. Plus, exciting news for Mariners fans.
First shutout win for the Seahawks.
Wyman and Bob.
Since September 27th of 2015.
Remember that well.
Do you? No, I don't either. Had to look it up.
Every afternoon at 2.
It was kind of a weird game. I mean, it was just kind of a grind towards the end. But, I mean, man, you hold any NFL team to a shutout, I don't care how bad they are. It's something to be proud of.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Get ready, because Murphy Auction is closing out the year with a massive Marysville equipment auction with the complete dispersal of AA rentals, 7 mini excavators, 17 skid steers, tractors, backhoes, telescopic forklifts, and over 100 gas-powered landscaping tools. Need something heavier? A John Deere 85G excavator, a Hitachi ZX290LC, a Cat CS563E roller, and 10 high-reach boom lifts, plus 3 big-time dump trucks hit the block, a 2018 Kenworth T880 Super Solo, a 2019 Peterbilt quad axle, and a 2005 Kenworth T800 quad axle, plus a fleet of 6 2017 to 2019 Peterbilt 567 tractors. The biggest auction of the year of heavy equipment, trucks, and more is underway now and closes at 10 a.m. Thursday, December 11th. Visit murphyauction.com for details. That's murphyauction.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for fast, friendly service with guaranteed repairs. With 16 family-owned locations and a Carfax preferred badge, Bucky's makes it easy with same-day service and available financing. Visit buckys.com.
The birth of the American supercar is now open at America's Car Museum. Curated by Steve Saline, it's a high-octane journey through muscle, speed, and rare supercars, plus racing simulators, great food, and family fun. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
The holidays are here and we all want to celebrate in style, but sometimes stubborn, fat, and loose skin keeps us from looking and feeling our best. Stacy Rost here. Imagine a simple one-day solution. Introducing ProSculpt, the treatment everyone is talking about. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe, gentle, yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while you're fully awake. ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target problem areas, your waistline, face, neck, arms, and thighs. Avoid wasting time and money on gimmicky lasers or fat-freezing methods. ProSculpt is one and done. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat, tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. Celebrate the holidays and get yourself a gift with a free consultation and get $250 off. Schedule at ProSculpt.com for powerful, permanent fat removal and skin tightening. It's ProSculpt.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Dave Wyman joined by Dr. Daniel Landis. He's on the Swedish CyberKnife team treating prostate cancer. Dr. Landis, how do patients feel about their experience?
Patients overall tell me that their experience was really amazing. They had minimal disruption of their lives. They didn't have to take time off work. And they tell me it's like Star Trek, where you push a button and the cancer can go away.
If you're diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
University Reprographics reminds listeners many uniformed personnel and healthcare providers will spend this holiday season working hard to keep us safe. These heroic men and women spend long hours away from home, protecting our freedom and providing critical medical care. Please thank them for their many sacrifices and putting their lives on the line for us every day. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at University Reprographics. Family owned since 1973. Online at universityrepro.com.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
By the way, before I forget, please get your questions in for What I Need to Know coming your way in 15 minutes. And as a reminder, a short show today. Technically, we're becoming the huddle. Dave Wyman is going to join us at noon. We're live at Seahawks headquarters, Virginia Mason Athletic Center, and we are going to talk to some really cool Seahawks, including two wide receivers, Cody White and Cooper Kupp, going to join us in the 12 p.m. hour. Right now, taking a look around the timeline. Did one college football team try to go rogue in order to play a final game before Sunday's college football playoff selection show? I love that. And it turns out the answer is yes. ESPN's Pete Thamel reports that number 14 Vanderbilt attempted to schedule a game for this weekend, but teams that don't qualify for their conference championship games aren't allowed to schedule a 13th regular season game.
Oh, man.
I know. As noted by College Football Reddit, there's a workaround to getting a 13th regular season game. It just has to be played against Hawaii and Honolulu. I don't know why.
And that's not going to increase your standing in the
Liam Blutman of Barstool Sports reports that Vanderbilt tried to schedule a game this weekend with either number 12 Miami or number 15 Utah. Cut number 2, this is what the Vandy head coach said.
I share frustration. I share with the group. And to be honest, the last time we were together as a team was yesterday morning. So it was before. And we talked about the fact that the ranking was going to come out. And, and I said, my feeling is that it may not move very much just because, I can't seem to figure out what goes on in that room, and if I can't understand it, I can't predict it. But my challenge to them is and was to know that we will continue to fight. I told them to have their bags packed. If a team calls up and wants us to take a flight to go play them on Saturday, we're going to go play them on Saturday. That's still true. If I have 2 days to prepare a team, we'll get a plane, we'll get there Friday night, we'll play on Saturday, and I'm happy to do it. And the team is happy to do it as well.
Thoughts on this approach? It didn't end up working, but...
No, I like it. It reminds me of high school football, honestly, because there are some times where a JV team needs a game scheduled and coaches will put out a tweet. Hey, we got Monroe High School looking for a game on Wednesday.
Put out a tweet
it was good.
At Hawaii.
Yeah, but you know what he's trying to do. He's just trying to impress the committee. You got to do everything that you can do. So, no, I like it. It ain't going to go down, but nice try.
All right, next story here. Let's go to the Clippers. I did mention exciting news for Mariners fans. I'll get to that in 1 second. I promise it is fun. The LA Clippers had their chance to speak on their surprising decision to send franchise legend Chris Paul home in his final season in the middle of the night. Also want to remind you guys, Chris Paul tweeted at, what was it, Curtis, like 3 a.m.?
Yeah,
Eastern?
3 a.m. Eastern.
And, excuse me, I had to turn off my mic for a moment. NBA insider Chris Haynes reports that Paul and Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue were not on speaking terms. Ty Lue refused to meet with Paul about their beef. The actual tweet says weeks ago, Chris Paul requested to have a meeting with Lue to discuss the allegations. The allegations were being a negative presence on the team. First of all, do you guys buy those allegations?
I've seen Chris Paul be petty and kind of difficult, and I've heard stories about him.
Isn't he notoriously tough?
His reputation
is
he's
difficult.
His reputation is he just doesn't have time to mess around. Like he's very direct in his criticisms.
Is that a generational thing a little bit?
I mean, he's like 41 years old.
Yeah,
that's what I'm at. Like, what if part of it is like?
Yeah, that's like some Kobe stuff.
Lue refused to meet with him.
Yeah, as a head coach, man, you got to meet with your guy. You got to meet with not your star player, but a veteran, a guy who demands some type of respect in this league, even if you don't like his personality. It's Chris Paul. You sit down and you have a meeting with him.
Mm-hmm. Cut 3, Lue was asked about the decision to send Paul home ahead of yesterday's shoot-around.
I don't like it, It just didn't work out like we thought it would, and like I said, I don't like it for CP, but it just wasn't a good fit, and we understood that. And so, like I said, it was an organization, they made the choice, and so moving forward, we got to see what we do. So, we'll see.
That sounds like a head coach saying it's not his decision or his fault.
Well, it's an organizational decision, but they made the decision based on a lot of the information that you were giving them. So, no, he doesn't make those decisions by himself, but let's not act like you didn't have any type of influence.
Cut 4, Clippers GM Lawrence Frank was asked about what went wrong between signing Paul and then cutting him this early into the season.
It wasn't the working out the way that I had planned, we had planned. And, it's unfortunate. You don't take decisions like this lightly at all, especially, a guy that's meant so much to the league and so much to our organization. But just felt it was the right decision to make. And unfortunately, it was a really, really hard decision to make, but I think the right one for the team and organization.
So, again, I mean, maybe it was the right move. I just think, did it need to happen in the middle of the night on a road trip?
No.
I don't think so.
Wait till you get to the house.
Yeah.
Have a conversation. Go out for dinner or something.
Exciting news for Mariners fans. It's the return of Mariners Fan Fest this winter. Fan Fest will take place Saturday, January 31st and Sunday, February 1st from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Saturday has a special 9 a.m. entrance for season ticket holders. Players confirmed to be in attendance: Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez, Josh Naylor, and George Kirby. A list of fan events includes autograph and photo opportunities. You can run the bases. How fast do you think I could do that?
I don't know.
Curtis Bump had me jump and test my vertical today because I said that it would probably be pretty good. And Nas was here and he said I could probably get like 7.
I said 6 inches.
I would say I cleared 3.
Yeah.
I cleared 3 inches.
Nas gave her 11. I was going, that's way too much.
He said it looked like I was jumping in water. But anyways, you can catch in the outfield. Good luck with that. You can get home clubhouse tours, which is very cool. Throw a pitch in the bullpen. You can take a photo at home plate. There's a trading card station, dugout dialogue, a kids club and activities there. Mascot meet and greet with the Mariner Moose and salmon run participants. Will we see Humpy? Plus 50 seasons of Mariners history exhibit. Tickets are on sale now at mariners.com/fanfest. We get so many questions all the time about when this will be coming back. So it's back.
2018, last time they had Fan Fest.
That's crazy.
I was going to say, I don't remember this from last year.
No, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been, 7, 8 years now? I'm excited for this. I used to go to this all the time as a kid, and this would be the first time I get to take my kids to it. So that's pretty cool.
Core memories.
Yeah.
Are you taking your kids?
No.
Oh.
No. If they ask, but I'm not bringing it up.
What would you set up if there was a version of FanFest coming to the studio? Would you be like, you wouldn't believe it, you get to hang out with Bump?
It's so boring at our studio.
What are you talking about? No, but Curtis and I make it magical for you.
Every day. But can you make it magical for kids?
No, kids would hate it. They would hate it. The Seattle Seahawks have just 2 home games left this regular season, and we want you to be there. Seattle Sports is giving away 4 tickets to the Seahawks game on December 14th against the Indianapolis Colts. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, you have a couple options. You can text app, APP, to 866-979-3776, and we will send you a link to download it. You can also get it from the App Store. It's a free app. I can't recommend it enough in terms of finding the latest news, getting push updates for breaking news, being able to listen live. I listen to Mariners games with it. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Monday, December 8th. Again, this is for the December 14th game against the Colts. What I need to know is come your way next. Get your questions in now.
Every morning at 7:45.
Is there a Sam Darnold kryptonite?
The pressure, in particular, the pressure in Sam's face. You know, he can dodge the outside stuff. We've seen him escape to the outside a bunch. He'll step up into the pocket if you try to overload or bring edge pressure, but it's the stuff right in the middle that's been problematic. You know, there's always answers. It's just how quickly you can get to them.
Catch every Blue 88 on the Seattle Sports app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Silver Reef Casino is hosting a New Year's party. Escape to the vibrant, illuminated heart of the neon jungle for a New Year's Eve experience unlike any other. At Silver Reef Casino Resort's Glow Wild Party, blend tropical extravagance with electric payouts. There's a free dance party with live music from Sway Seattle, plus $2,026 in hot seat drawings every half hour starting at 6:30 p.m., all leading up to the epic $20,000 grand prize. The countdown is on. Ring in the New Year's by stepping into our neon jungle. Book your stay at silverreefcasino.com.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
The Puyallup Tribe of Indians and Salish Cancer Center are excited to announce the 3rd annual Giving Hope Gala. You can help support the Giving Hope Gala December 13th at the Emerald Queen Casino Event Center and raise money for the Patient Financial Assistance Fund. The Salish Cancer Center helps anyone battling cancer, and attending this incredible event supports that cause. For tickets, sponsorship, and additional information on the Giving Hope Gala, visit puyalluptribe-nsn.gov. That's puyalluptribe-nsn.gov.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for fast, friendly service with guaranteed repairs. With 16 family-owned locations and a Carfax preferred badge, Bucky's makes it easy with same-day service and available financing. Visit buckys.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours. The Bump and Stacy Show is powered in part each day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Fall rains can expose hidden roof problems, and once water gets in, the damage only gets worse. Is your roof ready for the season? Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. At State Roofing and Exteriors, we repair and replace roofs with a quality you've trusted for decades. And yes, we also provide siding, windows, decks, and gutters to keep your entire home protected. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
What's your holiday tradition? It's G. Scott here. For me, it's gathering with loved ones around a meal that brings joy. For many families, that tradition feels out of reach. Next time you shop at Safeway, please donate to Nourishing Neighbors. Your gift provides groceries to families across Washington, giving them access to nutritious food and the dignity to shop like the rest of us and choose what's meaningful for their holiday table. Visit nourishingneighbors.com and donate at your Safeway checkout. That's nourishingneighbors.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your questions in for What I Need to Know. Our first one is about Christmas movies, nothing to do with sports, but a classic sports theme. Start bench cut, Nightmare Before Christmas, Elf, and the Jim Carrey version of How the Grinch Stole Christmas.
Cutting Nightmare Before Christmas, yeah.
Start Elf.
Yeah.
Yeah, not Nightmare can go.
Definitely starting Elf.
Tim Burton's just weird, man. I'm sorry, but
The way you said it.
all of his movies are weird.
They are really weird. I've never really been super into Nightmare Before. I know it has a cult following, like a cult following where like half of Hot Topic is like Nightmare Before Christmas,
Half
or
of
at least
Hot
used
Topic.
to be.
Derogatory.
Derogatory. But the answer is start. Yes, that's the same. Start Elf, bench How the Grinch Stole Christmas, but to be used later, right? You never know when you're going to need that depth from your roster.
Also, I don't like the Nightmare Before Christmas kind of parades itself as a Halloween movie. Pick a holiday. Be one or the other.
Right.
You can't be both.
You can't be both.
Can't
you
do
can't
it.
be both. What I need to know, can Raible make a case for Offensive Rookie of the Year?
No. He's an offensive lineman. They do not win awards.
They have an award for him now, though, don't they?
Yeah, it's like Protector of the Year.
But he won't win that because he's a rookie.
No.
It'll probably go to Ibuka or McMillan, right? Like, they've been killing it this year, both of them.
You know what is tough is it is so hard to gauge rookie offensive lineman, but he has been so good.
He's been balling.
He's been so good, and I'm so relieved that he wasn't. I was convinced he was done for the season.
Yeah, me
I was
too.
like, that's a torn ACL.
Yep. Everyone
Sure
became
of
a
it.
doctor.
Absolutely sure of it. What I need to know, why haven't the Seahawks done fake punts and field goals? It took me a minute to realize what they were asking.
Most teams go a whole year without doing that. It's so rare. It's rare, yeah. And because they have a defense, you know, they're like, we're not fake punting it. We're just gonna put on the foot and let the defense handle it.
Yeah. What I need to know is Goldie, the best baseball announcer of our generation. I love all the Mariners broadcast crew.
Yeah.
They're all so exceptionally talented.
Yeah. I'll leave
I
that
love
to
Goldie.
Curtis.
Well, I mean, I can't possibly pay Aaron Goldsmith a compliment. No, I love Aaron. I would like the number one guy right now. I mean, Joe Davis is probably it, just in terms of like national names, right? Because he's the guy that calls the World Series every year.
I will say Goldie's got so many quotable lines. What a silly hack. I said for months after. Like I would for months. What a silly hack.
My buddy Jose, just texted and said, Love Actually is the GOAT of Christmas movies.
Yes.
I thought you liked that one.
It is wonderful.
It is wonderful.
Let's see. The Night Before is the best Christmas music. The Night Before. Oh, Christmas movie. I don't know what The Night Before.
No, they're talking about The Night Before Christmas.
Oh, the night.
Or
Okay.
The
I think
Nightmare
they just
Before
mistyped.
Christmas?
Yeah, Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I need to. I've tried to watch it so many times.
Yeah.
So many times.
Oh, The Night Before is a Christmas movie starring Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Seth Rogen, and Anthony Mackie.
Oh,
Came out in
yeah.
2015.
Yeah, I remember that one, yeah.
866-979-3. Is there a movie we didn't mention that you think needs to be in there? I appreciate the Love Actually mention. That's rightful.
Homie Jose with that one. There's a movie where the family is named the Bumpuses, and people always ask me if I watched that growing up. And no, I didn't.
Someone said Gremlins. Never seen Gremlins. Is Gremlins a Christmas movie? Is Die Hard a Christmas movie?
I hate that argument. It's Die Hard a Christmas movie. It's action.
Well, no, it is a little bit. But here's the thing. There are a lot of movies that aren't necessarily Christmas movies that get pulled into that. Like, the Harry Potter franchise has made it to where it is relevant on Halloween and then somehow becomes a Christmas franchise again. I don't know how they did it. Maybe because Halloween and Christmas are in some of the movies. But, like, Harry Potter isn't a Christmas movie. For some reason, it's there all the time.
Yeah.
So, I have no idea.
A Christmas Story is the movie that has the Bumpuses.
A Christmas Story, yes.
What I need to know, hypothetically, let's say JSN breaks the receiving yards record but doesn't get MVP. What would be more impressive? Cal Raleigh as a catcher breaking that record or JSN?
Cal Raleigh. JSN. But Cal did multiple things.
I think
It feels-
60 home runs by Cal.
Yeah.
I think it's more impressive, but it feels unfair to say because it's almost like it implies that it's not wildly impressive that
Yeah.
JSN would have broken a record that stood for 12 or 13 years.
Yeah.
Which is incredibly impressive, especially for not a high-volume passing team.
Yeah, but it's right. It's Cal, 60, playing catcher, switch hitting, all that good stuff.
866-979-3776. Here's the thing. You said that you hate the debate about Die Hard, and I just got like a bajillion texts about whether or not now it's messing up. I'm trying to look for questions, and I just have people saying Die Hard is or isn't a Christmas movie. Someone said Rambo is a Christmas movie. Is it? I think that
It's just about like when it was released.
we're
And
taking a little too much artistic license right now with what's a Christmas movie. We're getting reckless. We're forgetting the meaning of a Christmas movie.
depends. Some people's meaning is different, I guess.
I'm just saying we have a lot of Christmas movies that we consider Christmas movies that are not. I think Die Hard makes more sense as a Christmas movie than Harry Potter
Why?
because Die Hard is at least set around a Christmas party. Isn't that the whole thing? He's climbing through the HVAC at a Christmas party.
Yeah.
Right? It's a Christmas party, right? The whole thing is like, will he be home or divorced? Or something. I think I'm getting it confused with the plane one with Nicolas Cage. I'm realizing
The plane
now,
one.
I'm realizing now I'm mixing up a lot of movies. I'm so sorry. Now, Con Air, not a Christmas movie,
No.
but related to Die Hard, I think. It makes sense. That they're the same kind of movie. Let's see what I need to know. What a 40-year-old bump's 40-yard dash time is once he becomes I'm a man, I'm 40 in 9 days.
We'll never know.
Is this on the fours?
Are you open to
Could
us
you
timing
could you do
your
it without
40?
pulling a hamstring?
That's why I wouldn't even attempt it. I'm scared.
Well, you can attempt it. You just don't need to go
Frank
super
Ragnow
fast.
on
Yeah.
us.
Yeah. I think that I'm going to ask Nas if we can just kind of time it one time.
No.
What if no one was watching? What if we all
You
turned
know
around?
what running a 40 is like? It's like
No.
the day my son can beat me, I'm done playing him, like in hoops and stuff. It's like, so once you know, you're not even touching
What do you think,
your number.
What do you think? What was your number, and what do you think it would be now?
4.4, and I think I'd probably do a 4.9.
That's not bad.
It is bad. For a receiver,
Sure, but
that's bad.
for a 40-year-old human man, I guarantee you it's like top 1%.
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
I think anything sub
You got a
5 at your
0.5,
age bump
yeah,
is impressive.
At your age.
Yeah. in your advanced years.
Oh, man.
Let's see. Everyone's just texting it.
Someone put waiting to exhale, 206. I appreciate that.
Home Alone. Home Alone
Almost
gives me
definitely.
too much anxiety.
It's definitely a Christmas
clearly
movie,
a Christmas movie. It's absolutely a Christmas movie, but it stresses me out.
Somebody got mad at our Tim Burton take.
Why?
I said, your holiday movie takes are the worst. Please don't say it with any authority because you guys don't know blank. Tim Burton is a genius. Okay.
I did not know Tim Burton listened to us, and that's what's craziest to me is Tim Burton listening to
Tim
us
Burton.
right
How about
now.
you keep the line moving at Hot Topic 253? You're holding people up.
Curtis. The Huddle coming your way next.
The one and only Mark Schlereth. Every Monday at 4 during the NFL season with Wyman and Bob.
I understand the Vikings aren't great, but still.
Their right guard, Fries, he got beat so fast by Big Cat.
Yeah.
And the only thing faster than that sack was Will Fries sticking his hand out to help the quarterback up. I would cut him right there on the spot. I mean, he just turned around and stuck his hand out there like, hey, partner, how you doing? Let me help you up. And I was just like, dude, get out.
On YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
With Target, gifting has never been easier. This Saturday and Sunday, Target gift cards are 10% off with Target Circle. Treat everyone on your list to something you know they'll love. Gift cards for the trendsetters, the techies, the fashionistas, the foodies, and even yourself. The perfect time to save is now. This deal is a yearly fave, so hurry. Get more gifting for your buck and save 10% on Target gift cards with Target Circle for 2 days only. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Raible here with Keith Dashafee from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Okay, only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There, the last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is the Huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app with hosts Michael Bumpus, Stacy Rost, and Dave Wyman. Time to go inside the Huddle.
Yes, we're getting you ready for Week 14 against the Atlanta Falcons, this one on the road. But, guys, we have to start with a very quick look back at Week 13's win against the Minnesota Vikings. We're also going to be joined this hour by two Seahawks. Wide receiver Cooper Kupp going to be the first, and then Cody White's going to hop on with us. Cooper Kupp may join us in segment, so I might interrupt you guys at any moment. But let's start by talking about the Minnesota Vikings before we look ahead to Atlanta. Dave, a shutout for this one, the first shutout for Seattle since 2015 by the same score, 26-0. Against the Bears, and a defensive showcase for sure.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that game.
It's just a blur.
Vaguely, but it's amazing anytime you can get a shutout. I think there was three guys that really stood out. Ernest Jones, obviously. You guys got 5 picks now. It's unbelievable. I mean, there's safeties and corners that don't have that. But then, I thought DeMarcus Lawrence played a really good game, not just on the punch out and basically causing the interception, but he stayed home all day long, and nobody's ever going to try to run that, any kind of a reverse or anything, because he's so responsible on the backside. And then Drake Thomas, I don't think you can see him as a backup anymore. He's playing so well. Did a football one-on-one thing on him. So yeah, he's just played his way into being, a starter on this defense.
Bump, this was undoubtedly a defensive showcase. Again, the offense didn't score a touchdown until 10 minutes remaining in the game. Zach Charbonnet, 17 yards into the end zone, and that's great. In fact, if he gets one more, he'll have a new career high with 9 touchdowns this season. Any offensive notes to take away from, I'll say, like a relatively quiet day for Seattle's offense?
Well, it was. JSN didn't go for 75 at least.
Yeah.
Didn't go for over 100
First
yards.
time.
Only, 2 for 20-something, I think, is what he had. And he just got a little extra attention from the safety over there. Minnesota likes to blitz, so those long development routes are going to be hard to hit. I want to know what the bounce back is going to look like this week when it comes to JSN, because you're facing a team that blitzes the second most in the game in Atlanta, and they get after the quarterback. So offensive notes is really just I want to see how they react and respond, because that Atlanta's going to do some of the things that Minnesota did. It's a copycat league, as everyone always says, and it's real. So, no, I think someone else needs to step up in days where JSN's not able to do what he loves to do.
I'm glad you mentioned the blitzing that the Falcons do. They're number 3 in sacks. It lets us transition smoothly to talking a little bit about Atlanta here, too. Wyman, one of the most common questions that Bump and I have gotten on our show, and I am positive that you and Bob got it too plenty during the week, was, oh my God, was there some kind of blueprint? Was there something the Vikings did that other teams will be able to replicate? Knowing that the Falcons blitz a ton, knowing that they have that many sacks? Is there a reason for concern? How do you combat that? What do you do if you're Seattle here?
Yeah, I think Minnesota was particularly good at that. I think lots of teams do that. They put, although the eight man front, that's pretty rare. You see something like that. But the way they executed it, I mean, next to EJ, I would say that Eric Wilson kid is probably my favorite linebacker to watch. He is all over the place, and I was kind of prepared for that because watching him on film, he looked really good. I mean, he was very effective, had a really good game, and I think it'll be really interesting to see what was it about that.
Yeah.
And maybe Cooper can give us some insight, or Cody White, about what was it about the way they did that, because the Seahawks do that. They put 7-8 guys on the line sometimes, and then they drop guys off, and they just couldn't get the numbers right. So. Yeah, I mean, that was somewhat concerning, but I think it was a good thing to happen at that point, right?
Yeah.
You got a shutout. I mean, we did a lot of complaining on our show, as it turns out, but yeah, you shut them out. If you have a defense like that, you can stand to have a bad game offensively, and it wasn't terrible offensively. It's just that they scored the one touchdown.
Bump, does this now become against Atlanta another challenge of, okay, well, if you know that this team's going to be just as aggressive in blitzing you, do you try? I know people were texting into our show asking you, do you try with quicker routes? Do you try what other options? Do you lean to the run? What's the answer here for Kubiak?
One, just make sure the offensive line and the running backs, everyone's on the same page when it comes to their rules to protection, because that's what that does. When you show 6, 7, 8 man pressure, you're challenging the rules of the offensive line. Can you guys figure this all out? Because we're going to do what Dave said. We're going to drop 1 or 2, and now maybe you're sliding it this way, and we have an advantage on the other side. And yeah, you can get the football out of your hands quicker, but with the quick game, because they'll show that pressure, then drop a guy or two. They might drop right into the throwing lane. Always think of Leo with the Jets. He was showing blitz last year, drops into the passing lane. Aaron Rodgers thinks, okay, I figured this out. I know what's going on. So it's football, man. You just got to make plays at the end of the day. Rely on your rules, and Sam just make good decisions. But it should be a challenge.
And Wyman, tell me if I'm wrong. One thing that we did talk about was you also can't fundamentally change who you are. If you know that what you love to do is we like to get downfield with JSN. We have all these great weapons. Sam has a great arm. Why wouldn't we suddenly turn away from that? Yeah. So how do you balance that then?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think, it's a really good question. Yeah, I mean, I think once they got in, it looked very confusing, but I've been in games like that where, you don't really know what's going on because everything happens so fast. Then you look at the film and you're like, I see. Okay, so this is something, and I don't think it's anything that, is going to be duplicated by others, and they'll find ways to, I think it was a great coaching moment for them.
Yeah.
Right? Because, you get, and you're comfortable with the win, 26-0. I mean, that was amazing. So it was nice to have your defense to rely on, and you go through a learning curve there and figure things out for the rest of the season. I don't see them getting torched by the blitz as much going forward now that they've had that experience.
All right, guys, let's look ahead to Atlanta. I'm going to ask you guys very similar questions. Bump, I'll just start with you, and it's going to be just what you're looking for in this one. What's caught your eye in your film review and your prep for this week? Obviously, Kirk Cousins, no Michael Penix, Bijan Robinson. Bump, I know you've been really high on him. As you mentioned, this is a team that's third in total sacks. What is our eye on in Week 14? Wyman, you'll have the same question.
I think you can go several places, but I'm going to go with just trying to fluster the OG at quarterback, Kirk Cousins. He hasn't been playing great football, but he's always liable just to get hot and things start to happen, and he gets rolling out there. So I just want to see what their approach is going to be with him. I know the Hawks don't like to blitz a lot, but what kind of stunts you're going to throw his way. And if you can just have him have an average game and just control Bijan Robinson, who I think is the most talented running back in the game right now, you're going to have a chance. But it's nice that I respect them, but I'm not too concerned about them just because of the defense. They're going to make plays. They're going to score points. I'm not saying this can't be a tough game, but I'm just saying that if I had to put my money on one side of the ball right now, I'd put it on the defense and say lead the charge.
Yeah, I think they have a pretty good run game. I love Bijan Robinson as well. And then Tyler Algier, too, is really a tough runner. But I mean, I think they're number 9 as far as running the ball. You take that away, and then, I'll take my chances against, against Kirk Cousins. So I think that's going to be the key, is just our defense shutting down their run game.
Is this a week where we see Rashid get going?
I mean, we could. I've been waiting.
Yeah.
It's any minute now. It's going to happen.
It feels like that, really, though.
Yeah. I actually ran into John at Dino's the other day, and he was excited about the possibility of Rashid, because we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, and it's right there, right? You'll see like these little bursts where you go, like on special teams, I've kind of given up on thinking like, it is what it is. That's not really what you're bringing him here to do, but you'll see the bursts sometimes and go, oh man.
Yeah.
He could just.
Well, and he just hasn't really gotten loose, and they're trying to get him, I didn't understand the punt return on the 4-yard line. I mean, fair catch on the 4-yard line, but you saw from like the very first game that they kicked the ball to Cody White, and he ran over there and they want to get him the ball, and I feel like that's the one place where you can most easily get up to speed. It's just a punt return and a kickoff return, right? It's not like you're running an offense or anything. So yeah, I'm sure. I'm very curious to see, like, when does he have that breakout game? This is his 5th game. And when do they get to some of those plays? There was a reason why they brought him in here, right?
Yeah.
It was because, Kubiak was probably like, hey, with this guy, we can run this play, this play, that play. And, they haven't really gotten to that yet.
Well, we're going to be joined by 2 wide receivers. Both that we've mentioned, Cooper Kupp and Cody White. So we'll ask them a little bit about their impressions of Rashid, what they see, and then, of course, Wyman, like you said, hey, what did the Vikings defense do so well? What can we learn for Week 14? What can you tell us? They are set to join us next. You're listening to The Huddle.
Brock and Salk.
The last couple of wins, what were they?
Morning 6 to 10.
Were they sloppy? Were they actually dominant? So why don't these wins seem more impressive?
I mean, I think the standard has been lifted. I think they've moved the expectation meter. I think when you're sitting at 9-3 and you're tied for the best record in the NFC, I think with the way this defense is playing, is one of the most elite defenses in all the NFL now.
Brock and Salk, only on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and obviously New Year's is coming up. Can you believe it? Book your stay at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel for an evening of elegance at a night at the Grand Ball. This New Year's Eve celebration includes the legendary DJ Super Sam. And sports fans, you got to check out the Hawks Peak. You're home for game days with great food and drinks, more than 60 TVs, so you won't miss a play, and a heated, covered outdoor deck with those great views of the Snoqualmie Valley. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
The birth of the American Supercar is now open at America's Car Museum. Curated by Steve Saline, it's a high-octane journey through muscle, speed, and rare supercars, plus racing simulators, great food, and family fun. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Hey, Brock Heward here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
And with over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry and dream engagement ring to be nothing short of perfect, no matter the price. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Are you living with dry AMD?
If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home. Thanks to the VA Home Loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
And education, and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
The financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earned. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
It's here, the Light the World giving machines at the Alderwood and South Hill malls. With a swipe of your credit card, donate a chicken, school supplies, meals, and more. Go to givingmachinewa.org.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Practice just wrapped. Cooper Kupp making his way over, going to join us in just one moment. Before we are, Bump and I had a really cool conversation with Cooper Kupp over the summer, asking him how offenses have changed a ton. He's joining us right now. Wyman, I was just going to ask you how you felt about defenses changing, but I'll have to tap into that question a little bit later because Cooper Kupp is joining us right now. Again, you're listening to The Huddle. Cooper, we're happy to have you. How's it going? How's your Thanksgiving?
Very good. It was very good. Thank you. How about you?
It was fantastic. And you guys are in such a fun spot right now. Obviously, a lot of hard work, slightly different situation. I'm watching from the outside. From the outside, it's really fun to see. That included getting a shutout win over the Vikings. First of all, congratulations. First time since 2015 this team got a shutout. The Vikings defense looked terrifying. Tell us what it was like on the field. What were they doing so well?
Yeah, I mean, it's a Brian Flores defense. You know you're going to be getting a lot of pressures, a lot of looks, and bluffs off those looks and all kinds of crazy stuff. So he did a great job. They did a good job. Those guys were there to play hard, and we just weren't on our details enough to be able to execute some of those things and take advantage of some of the looks when we were able to, diagnose what was coming. It's like, man, it seems like every time we were ahead of it, they'd knock a ball down the line of scrimmage or something like that, and so many of those tip passes and things like that. So just gotta be on our details a little more, and we will.
I think maybe my favorite play was when you dove on that fumble. that was a quick reaction.
That's a bummer of a favorite play, though. That tells you a lot about where we were at offensively. But yeah, no, I know. But yeah, that's the. Yeah, glad I was there able to get that one. But yeah, certainly wish there was more plays out there for you to like.
Yeah. Well, I like the one where you juked the guy on the sideline,
thank
too.
you.
That was
I
a good
appreciate
one, too. Yeah. Okay, but is this something that you worry about, like other teams are going to, I think a lot of fans think that, the Vikings got after him. So that's the formula from now on. But you get a chance to fix it and everything. Did it when you got in film? Was it like, oh yeah, this is I don't want to say an easy fix, but you see it much more clearly.
Yeah, no, I do think you learn a lot when you watch the film, and you make those adjustments. And it is, I mean, over and over again, whether it's a good game or a bad game, there's so many things on tape that you're saying, man, we can be just a little better here or there and really make huge waves down the line of the game in terms of what that outcome's going to be. And so certainly some stuff that we can fix, but every team is going to look at what works and try to emulate that in some way. It all has to fit to your own identity, though. Right? No team's going to try to reinvent the wheel in the middle of the season. It's just not. Right. That's not a winning formula. And so, understanding that there's going to be some stuff like, man, we got to show that we can beat the pressure. We got to show that we can beat these zeros and have some answers that way, and invite some of that stuff in some ways, because if a team wants to lay it on the line like that, we have to be able to find ways to capitalize and turn those risks into huge gains for us. And I think we've got great plans for that. And we had great plans for that. It was just about us executing those things a little bit better.
When the week is over, I digest the film from the past week, and then I look at the Atlanta Falcons, who they are on paper first before I watch the film. First thing I say, dang, they blitz the second most in the league. So we're going to have another week where they're going to try to get after you. What have you seen out of the Falcons on film so far? Yeah, they are. Situationally, they are pressuring, but I think they choose their spots pretty well. I know some of the coaches over there pretty well, and understand kind of how they get their guys to play for them. I mean, they've got some really good dudes over there, and guys are going to play hard. Guys are going to compete, and I mean, like I said, we've got to be able to have answers for some of those looks that they're going to present, some of the stuff, and certain third down windows and the things that they're bringing on certain when they're activating their pressures and which pressures they're activating and things like that, and then be able to adjust. I think that's the thing in this league. I mean, you can try to diagnose and anticipate all these different looks, all these different things that people are going to do, and what they're doing over there, similar to what Flo does, is present different looks and make you diagnose it. But we also have to be able to adapt in the moment. When, hey, at the snap, this is not what we anticipated this being, but let's find a way to make this play come to life. Let's find a way to find the open zones or beat the guy across from us and make these plays positive. Like you said, adjust, and I think people that I watched games with and stuff, I was like, halftime adjustments. I go, you realize there's only like 5 to 10 minutes that they really have with each other. Without telling, I guess, people everything, what is that communication like when you are trying to make some quick adjustments at halftime? Yeah, I think the coach has done a good job of getting us some early ideas pretty quickly during halftime, because it is fast. It's real fast. You get in there as fast as you can, and you get situated or whatever, let the coaches have their moment, and then it's presenting kind of, hey, here's what we're thinking. Here are some thoughts that we've had from the first half, some things that we think can hit, and some possible plays that might be coming up, just so you can wrap your brains around, start to kind of plan, and like I said, be able to formulate some plans for what we're anticipating in those looks, but also then, hey, what have we been getting this first half? And I've practiced this play 4 or 5 times this week, but man, we're not getting those looks right now. Mm-hmm. How are the answers? What are those answers going to look like? And so the coaches being able to get that to us quickly gives us a great opportunity to have those conversations amongst ourselves, so we can go out there and execute those at a high level. Yep.
In the 13 years since Calvin Johnson's record, only one receiver has gotten close to it. That's you. And I think it's really cool that you're on the same team right now with a receiver who's also pushing to that record. Are you trying to sabotage? No, but from a receiver who is second all time. That's crazy. In single season receiving yards. What do you see from? Because it's one thing for us to go, oh, JSN does this well, but what do you see him do?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's done a great job of overall the other. Like, you can get into all the intangible things, all the minute details of his game and things like that. But what it comes down to, I think, in the course of this, this year and what our offense has been, is he's maximized those opportunities. There's not a whole lot of times the ball's going his way that he's not making big plays. He's staying on his feet on those, passes down the field, making guys miss, turning chunk plays into touchdowns, making short plays into chunk plays. I mean, he's being able to extend those things out and making most of those opportunities. And, in this league, opportunities multiply as they're seized, and he's doing a great job of that. And it's made it very difficult for people to take him away, because he's making contested catches and things like that. And
So yeah, he's done a great job of that.
You know what I love going on the road, because we'll find out when you get a catch. We'll find out exactly how many Seahawk fans, because they all say Coop. So that's pretty cool. I mean, you got to love that.
Yeah, no, it is. It's been a really cool thing, and especially, I mean, this year, the way that the fans have traveled and taking over stadiums all around the country. It's been really cool to see. Really cool to see, just to be a part of that. Just being on the sidelines of defenses out there, and in another team's stadium, and it's just going crazy. That's a super special thing that has been a staple here for a long, long time, and so very cool to be a part of it.
What's it like being home for the holidays? You're in your home state. I mean, how's that been?
It's cool, but I mean, we you work during the holidays.
Yeah.
You're in here. We'll be in here on Christmas. Where it's a little bit different, So you grow up, and like me, I grew up in one house for my whole life, and so Christmas was always in the same spot, always doing the same thing.
Yep.
That's just not the reality of how it is here. But I've always had my family, like my wife, my boys have always been around, and so that's how we do Christmas. And wherever we are, we make the absolute most of that, and it's been our thing. So it's been good.
He is Seahawks wide receiver Cooper Kupp, kind enough to join us. I agree with Wyman. It's a good measure. You got to talk to Clint. Be like, throw me something early, like second pass, just so on the broad we can get a view of it, because I don't travel, so it makes it's useful.
No, yeah,
right.
I'll definitely bring that up.
Thank you so much.
Clint, we need to get early. They said we need to get a barometer
just
for the fans.
I know
here.
I'm a playmaker, but we really need
It's for the fans.
It's for the fans. Yeah.
There you go.
Cooper, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Of course, thank you guys.
Cody White joining us next.
First shutout win for the Seahawks.
Wyman and Bob.
Since September 27th of 2015.
Remember that well.
Do you?
No.
I don't either. Had to look it up.
Every afternoon at 2.
It was kind of a weird game. I mean, it was just kind of a grind towards the end, but I mean, man, you hold any NFL team to a shutout, I don't care how bad they are, it's something to be proud of.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online. Plus, well, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices with no one battling for bandwidth. And for the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony. And you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6, 7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients. not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The Puyallup Tribe of Indians and Salish Cancer Center are excited to announce the 3rd annual Giving Hope Gala. You can help support the Giving Hope Gala December 13th at the Emerald Queen Casino Event Center and raise money for the Patient Financial Assistance Fund. The Salish Cancer Center helps anyone battling cancer, and attending this incredible event supports that cause. For tickets, sponsorship, and additional information on the Giving Hope Gala, visit puyalluptribe-nsn.gov. That's puyalluptribe-nsn.gov.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's Refractive Lens Exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, readers, or cataracts. Now, if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top: you never develop a cataract. Now, if you're somebody like me that had a pair of readers in every room of the home, in your car, you had to bring them into the restaurant with you. Otherwise, like me, you couldn't read the menu. That has all been rectified thanks to RLE. So whether it's LASIK, EVO, ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to recommend what's best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Fenders and Fins reminds listeners the holidays are meant to be a time of good cheer and warm gatherings with family and friends. Don't spoil the spirit of the season by getting behind the wheel after drinking. Always designate a sober driver or take a ride share for a safe ride home. Let's all work together to keep our roadways safe and accident-free this holiday season. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Fenders and Fins, giving every car the attention it deserves since 2002. Online at fendersandfins.com.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Ball at the 40-yard line of Seattle. Play fake to Walker. Darnold's going to roll. He's got his man. It's White. Breaks a tackle. Going down the far sidelines. He could go. He is in for a touchdown. Seahawks. Are you kidding me? Everybody scored but Dave Lyman tonight. Cody White, the reception in the near side flat, takes it to the house. 60 yards. And the Seahawks 27-0 over Washington on Sunday Night Football.
Now, that was from Sunday Night Football against the Commanders, as you guys could hear, but we haven't had a chance to talk to you since then, Cody, and so we have to obviously ask about that moment. I was immediately thinking, you posted when you made the roster that it was your first time making the 53-man out of camp, and I was thinking about it in that moment, just like, oh my God, like this guy got this great opportunity. What a cool year, but also having it pay off in that moment. 60 yards?
Yeah.
That's insane. What was that like?
I mean, it was cool finally being able to score a regular season touchdown. I mean, I've been going at it for 6 years now. Like you said, it was my first year making an active roster. Like, anytime I've been given an opportunity, I try to just make the most of it, and I feel like I've been doing a good job.
Hey, Cody, it looked like I happened to be down in the lobby in Nashville, and it looked like you had lots of family there.
Yeah.
Same thing in Atlanta? It's
so
close to home?
Just based off the holidays with the prices and everything, I don't know if it'll be as many fans or friends coming to the game, but I definitely had a lot of friends and family come to the Nashville game, and then my mom was able to go to the Washington game as well, just being back on the East Coast.
How nice is that to know that you have family in the crowd?
I mean, it's always good to know that the people that love you are there and supporting you and just there for you no matter what your journey is in life. So it's always great to have family around.
Man, I remind people that it's tough for like a backup receiver to make the roster because we got to play specials, and there's only a few returners out there, right?
Yeah.
You do return, but you got to go out there and tackle as well. So I tell people, My first game was against like the Bears or something, and I ain't tackled anybody since high school. You know what I'm saying? Like, now I got to go and tackle this grown man.
Right.
How have you been able to kind of bring that to the table and develop that part of your game?
Yeah, I kind of had a similar story. My second year in the league when I was in Pittsburgh, I had made my first tackle since senior year of high school, and I was like, okay, now I got to get back to learning, going back through the fundamentals, teaching myself really how to tackle again because you just haven't done it in so long. So I try to make sure, like, before practice, I'm going in working on my tackling technique and things like that so that when it's time for me to go out on special teams, it's not a drop-off between an offensive player or a defensive player. It's just a special teams player at the end of the day.
Do either of you remember what happened on that first tackle?
I missed. Well, my job was to force them back inside, so they was like, look, you did your job. And it felt like I didn't do my job because I missed.
Oh, no, I stuffed them on mine. It was, it was a good play. So.
I got a concussion.
On your first tackle, your first NFL tackle?
No, I mean playing special teams.
Playing special teams.
Welcome to the NFL.
Welcome to the NFL for sure.
You got a concussion.
Yeah.
Nice. I mean, that, in a way, it checks out. It feels right.
They didn't used to monitor it like.
I was gonna say he just shook it off.
Back then, it was like, how many fingers am I holding? That was it.
Yeah, they definitely on top of it now.
Yeah. I meant to ask your teammate Cooper this question. I completely forgot, so I'm gonna have to ask you. But we haven't had a chance. Bump has. I haven't had a chance to talk to Rashid at all. How's he kind of acclimating?
You know, I think he's doing good. He's been in this offense before, so it's kind of just rejuvenating the brain a little bit and just kind of remembering the things that we do and some things that are different. But he's fit in very well. Just coming in, asking questions, trying to learn, and just adapting to our culture. He's doing a great job.
Hey, you've been at it since 2021. Is there a rookie on this team that particularly stands out? I feel like the guys now are, maybe because of the NIL thing and the transfer portal and everything, guys are more mature.
Yeah.
They don't, you know, is there anybody that stands out to you?
I mean, we got a lot of great rookies. I mean, Gray, obviously, on the O-line has done a great job for us. E-Man, I mean, you see him playing all over the field on defense. He's making plays against the receivers, playing down on the line of scrimmage. Like, he's doing a lot of different things. And then we got Torrey as well. Early in the season, he's been out a little bit, but when he was playing at an extremely high level. And then Elijah, our tight end, is doing some great things too. I think this class, just in general, they've come in and they've given us a really good spark in areas that we needed, and I'm happy to see them keep going. Yeah.
When you guys first got the scouting report and going over install for Minnesota, what was one thing that stood out to you? I'm sorry, for Atlanta. One thing that stood out for you.
Oh, for Atlanta, really just kind of just getting back to our fundamentals, and really just more of a week for us this week. Focusing on how we're going to be successful. Last week we moved the ball and we did things that we liked, but I feel like we have a higher ceiling for ourselves. So for this week, we're just focusing on being the best versions of ourselves for this week.
Yeah. What are some of those conversations like with Clint Kubiak? We talk so much about Mike McDonald for obvious reasons, and Clint's kind of flown under the radar nationally, but this offense has been so great this year.
Yeah, I mean, him coming in, being the first-year OC for us, I mean, you can see by the strides that we've made this year as offense. Just keep building on what we've been doing. That's really what this being consistent, coming in every week and just building on what we did the previous week. I mean, we've been running the ball very well the last couple of weeks. Just keep building on that, and then the pass game's going to come. So I feel like him just keeping the message the same and keeping us here, never getting too high, never getting too low. I feel like he does a great job with that.
I think at the end of my 9th year, which was my last year in the league, I was tired of looking at film. I mean, that was a lot of film. But when you get back away from it, you know, you're kind of eager. Like, we get a chance to look at it now. It's kind of cool. But how much time do you spend? I mean, are you taking like an iPad home, and how much time do you spend on film?
For sure. I wouldn't say that I'm the most, I watch the most film out of everybody, but I definitely am very like strategic in what I watch. So if there's something I need to see from a certain look or something I need to see from a certain player on a certain look that I'm going to get throughout the week, I'm very intentional when I'm watching. So I'm not just, like you said, just clicking the button and just going through a whole bunch of tape that I don't really need to see. I'm real intentional of like, okay, they're going to be in this coverage, this play. I'm going to be going against this person. So I'm real intentional, and that's kind of how I do my film study throughout the week.
What's the holidays like for you? I asked Coop the same question. Obviously, you guys are still working, but what's it like for you?
I mean, holiday season, not holiday season. I feel like football season is always the front and center for me. Holidays kind of take a backseat a little bit. I try to get the gifts for my family, and other than that, give them a good little FaceTime call and get back to the season, just being so far away. But that's kind of how my holidays have been.
Would you say you're a good gift giver? Because I am not. I'm horrible at it.
Oh, definitely a good gift giver.
You're good.
For sure. Yeah, definitely.
Good for you. I'm horrible.
Definitely, yeah.
Just like, you just Google and just figure out. Like, you do the Amazon when they're like the gift guide, and you're like, that looks
I just tell my kids, be like, hey, just put it in the cart.
And I'll figure it out.
I'll figure it out, yeah.
Well, one time I got my wife a vacuum cleaner. She wanted it. She wanted a vacuum cleaner.
Oh,
But,
no.
I mean, that doesn't look good, right? That's not a good look.
No,
Honey,
that's-
here's a new vacuum cleaner.
My dad gets
She
my
wanted
mom
that.
a new pan every year. And like every single year when she reaches under the tree and we know it's a pan, me and my sister look at each other and we're like, she's going to snap. She's going to reach the breaking point. We only have one more minute with you. I was going to, if it's okay, I thought it was very cool when you mentioned that obviously you and Bump as former players used to watch a lot of film and then you kind of get sick of it, but then you realize like, oh wait, I missed this.
Yeah.
Just we don't always have chances to, once a week sit down with an NFL player. I was wondering if there's anything else that you'd be like, hey, Cody, I'm telling you right now, like this is the coolest thing. You're gonna miss this. Like really, really appreciate it. Maybe I'm in a holiday spirit, and that's what I'm doing here.
Well, it was a little bit more special to me, like the first day coming back, because back then we didn't have cell phones or anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I think one time I might have written one of my buddies a letter.
That's beautiful.
But I mean, you don't, and so being around the guys, I mean, that's the part you miss the most, I think. Even though it's a grind and everything.
Yeah, I would say even being, because I've been on different teams, college, high school, like even though we do have the phones and everything, you still miss those relationships with some of the guys that you were really close with and played with for a long time. It's just kind of like, that's kind of, I could see how that would be the thing that I would miss for sure.
Yeah.
It's just the locker room talk and the non-football activities that you do.
Well, and I think in a you get to know each other sooner, and it's a tighter bond because of what you go through together.
For sure.
So.
Yeah, that's awesome. I've just it's a culture I've never been part of, and so I always think like, but everyone can relate to that feeling of like, you realize it's something, and now you're thinking about college teammates, right? Where you're like,
facts.
Man, like I wish that like 18-year-old Cody would have thought about that at the time, but
definitely.
Yeah, but you guys are in a very, very fun place right now. Deeply, deeply competitive NFC West race. It is tight in the NFC right now, and playing spectacular football. And congratulations again on getting that primetime touchdown in front of your mom. It sounds like that's very cool. I bet that was awesome for her to see. He is Seahawks wide receiver Cody White. More of the huddle coming your way next.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
Calling all Seahawk fans, this is Cliff Averill. I'm here to announce Away Game Rumble at Muckleshoot Casino Resort, sponsored by Corona and Modelo. Take football Sundays to the next level with a free viewing party at Galaxy for every away game. Count on giveaways, specials, big screens, big action, and so much more. Full details at muckleshootcasino.com/rumble. Don't miss Away Game Rumble, only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Makita is built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays.
As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Kent Bowl reminds listeners many uniformed personnel and healthcare providers will spend this holiday season working hard to keep us safe. These heroic men and women spend long hours away from home, protecting our freedom and providing critical medical care. Please thank them for their many sacrifices and putting their lives on the line for us every day. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Kent Bowl, a family-friendly place proudly serving you since 1958. Check out our bowling leagues at kentbowl.net.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks game. Sunday, December 14th. Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds. Do it every day, December 2nd through December 8th. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
On Seattle Sports.
Talking right now with reporters at Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, another good challenge this week. Obviously going against this team, Coach Morris and Coach Holbrick over there have a really good scheme with really good players. So another week for us to be sharp, have a really good week of practice, and go out there and execute.
Their blitzing team, how do they do it differently than Minnesota?
Yeah, they are a really good blitzing team. I think, just rush and coverage all kind of working together. But again, kind of like Minnesota and, any team that pressures well and gets to the quarterback, they're really smart. They're tied together in the back end and with the pressure. So, again, we, kind of like I just said, we got to do a really good job during the week of preparing for everything and going from there.
What changes are you guys looking at against the blitz?
Yeah, I think just overall communication is the biggest thing. Making sure we're all on the same page, especially in a loud environment, being on the road. So we just got to continue to improve that and go on from there.
You guys didn't throw the ball a ton in the second half because you're playing from ahead, but did you like the adjustments you made to some of what Minnesota was doing and the pressure they were bringing? Yeah,
I thought we made some good adjustments at the half for sure. Just again, like I said, we just gotta continue to improve on things that we can improve. And for me, that's understanding when I'm going to be hot, when to get the ball out of my hands.
It seems kind of crazy that any quarterback manages to hold on to the ball when one of these guys hits them as hard as you guys get hit. Mm-hmm. Is it just kind of luck when it falls out, or are there strategies to hold on to it more? Yeah, I think it's all the work that you put in the off season. Off season including working in Orange County when I'm at home, and then it's when we get here in April, when we get here in training camp, and then throughout the week, like just being really good about keeping 2 hands on the ball at all times. Whether I'm trying to escape the pocket or I'm in the pocket. There's some things you can't avoid, but again, just being really hard on myself. I got to continue to hold on to the football.
When you look at some of their young guys up front, how much of it is their talent, their skill versus the scheme they've been put in to get some of those sacks?
Yeah, I think it all works together, like I said, but they got really good talent. Just watching it on tape, like the speed and the power that they rush with. Like I said, it's going to be a really big challenge for us. I think step one is communication, like I said, and kind of rolling from there. Just after communicating, all being on the same page, and then being able to use obviously fundamentals and technique to get them blocked up.
When you looked at the film, what did you see of how they defended JSN and what you guys would kind of need to do to counter that in the future? Yeah, I think, whether it's rolling a safety over the top, just straight up doubling, and some of the certain techniques that they were playing, just kind of understanding when that's happening, having a plan for it, understanding what routes he might be able to get open, on those certain things, but also for me having a good understanding of when to move on in the progression.
A lot of folks focus on downfield throws and the difficulty of completing those. What are some of the unique challenges of the screen game, timing and getting the pass around all that traffic?
Yeah, I think, again, it's something that you got to work on. You got to work on the screen game, especially going against different looks on third down. They have different fronts and different pressures. Running screens against man coverage are a lot different than running screens versus zone. So it's just being ready for all those things. And, again, going through all that, throughout the week. And, just being ready for all the different looks in the screen game.
How do you feel like the connection with Rashid Shaheed's been coming as you guys had the least amount of time to kind of get on the same page compared to the other guys?
Yeah, it's great. I think just being able to work, as consistently as we can throughout the week to get full speed reps. And we're not, when we're not able to get, all the reps, just being able to talk about the routes. And I think the dialogue and just being able to talk to each other really helps out with kind of my understanding of where he's going to be and for him to understand kind of what I'm thinking with certain routes.
Going back to how they defended Jax, Mike McDonald mentioned Cody's catch as an example of, like, all right, they do this to Jax, somebody does their thing. From your view, what was different about, or what worked well, I guess, on Cody's catch there versus maybe some of the other times that they were giving attention to Jackson? Yeah,
I think, just for me, it's playing fast and understanding kind of what the coverage is and when to move on in progression. Not only when it's Jax, but, when it's somebody else as well, and understanding when to move on, I guess, in the progression, and that goes for everyone. Like I said, like if we're running a concept versus, we want single high and it's cloud, like just being able to move on and go through my progressions like I would in training camp.
How do you avoid a situation where, you guys are the #3 scoring team in the NFL. You've been really successful. You had the one game against the Rams where some things went wrong. How do you avoid overcorrecting and kind of losing what was all working up until then?
Yeah, I think, just understanding our identity. What got us to this point, just understanding that and being able to work and continue to grow. It's what I said kind of in the beginning of the year. I feel like I got kind of redundant in these interviews, but just saying we're always, chasing that edge of what gets us to the next step, but also understanding who we are as an offense. But you're always trying to evolve, and the coaches do a really good job of creating schemes that put us in really good positions at the end of the day. So for us, it's just about going out there and executing the play.
Sam, coming out of the Rams game, I know you were talking at the time about how not all sacks can be awful, sometimes in the right place. I know Mike said this weekend that he thought a couple of the ones you made were good decisions. To kind of see that, maybe take that step in that regard where you have a couple go down, and what'd you kind of make of that for you this week?
Yeah.
That aspect.
You're talking about looking at the tape from last week, or going into this one?
Yeah, going to this last week and taking a couple more.
I think sometimes it can be a good thing. It's definitely better than turn the ball over, but I think there are some times as well. I can, even if a guy's covered or doubled, in Jax's case, I can throw it at his feet or find a way to throw it away, because you'd rather throw it away than take a sack. But if there's nowhere to throw it away and I'm in the pocket, sometimes a sack is the best play. So it's just evaluating every situation as its own.
Julian was named the team's Man of the Year nominee. I know he hasn't been able to play a ton this year because of injury, but he's around doing everything. What is his presence being around? What does he mean to the team?
Yeah, Julian's he's an incredible leader. He's someone that everyone can look to, and it always seems like he's doing the right thing. He's always in the right spot, and whether it's on the field or off the field, he's just doing everything that he can to for right now just get healthy and be on the field with his brothers. And he's just a really good leader in all aspects of the game and, as a person off the field.
How have you seen your guys' run game evolve as the season's progressed, and specifically with Ken as he starts to look better and better each week, it feels like?
Yeah, I think just communication. I think continuing to get better, as a group, understanding kind of what we're looking for in the run game, and our offensive line doing a great job, as they have all year, of opening great running lanes. I just feel like our backs are continuing to see the offense the best way possible, and kind of understand the flow of the defensive line, what gaps they want to take away, and when they hit that cut, that they are very confident in it, and as they always have been.
What are kind of the last things that end up coming together when you're working with a new receiver, like choice routes or versus zones and sitting down? Like, what are the things that take the longest to get on the same page with?
Yeah, I think it's kind of the look where you got maybe a guy pressuring off the side of the choice route, and you got a guy a safety maybe coming over the top trying to defend him. It's trying to understand that leverage as a receiver and as a quarterback. Like, you want to try to stay patient with them, but you also need to be able to throw it in the timing of the play. So there's that can be sometimes the hardest look for those type of routes, but it's being able to talk about it, throughout the week and getting on the same page so that you're not, second guessing yourself out there on the field on Sunday.
Big picture, you guys are tied with the Rams. 49ers have 9 wins as well, kind of 5 games left. How do you do you pay a lot of attention to that? What else is kind of going on, or how do you kind of look at that with 5 games? Yeah, I mean, I'm not evaluating it like crazy, but definitely, understand the big picture of the things and the playoff picture, all those things in the division. Yeah, I'm always paying attention to that stuff, but at the end of the day, like, that doesn't necessarily matter with what we want to do today. I'm just going out there trying to have a good practice today, communicate, and kind of go from there and get ready for Sunday.
Sam, 12 games into the season, everybody's stuff is on tape at this point. You kind of do what you do. How much more challenging is this closing stretch of the season when there's not really going to be many surprises out there? Teams kind of know what's giving you problems, and all. How does that change down the stretch of a season? Yeah, I think, it's kind of like what I said before. It's being able to evolve as an offense, understand where teams are, exploiting us maybe, and being able to adjust off of those looks. And I think it's as simple as that.
You haven't played much before this with Timmy. What's he shown you? What are you surprised by or learned?
What was his full name?
Well, I'm not going to say the whole thing.
That was good, though. No, Olu's been awesome. And, I was able to get a ton of reps with him in training camp, him splitting reps with Sundell. So, that was good for us to be able to get those reps in training camp together. But Olu's a stud, and he's a veteran, a guy that you can fully trust when he gets in there.
We are going in the trenches with Ray Roberts next.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer and a different Seahawks player every week.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at bfa.com/cardfwc26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
The holidays are here and we all want to celebrate in style, but sometimes stubborn fat and loose skin keeps us from looking and feeling our best. Stacy Rost here. Imagine a simple one-day solution. Introducing ProSculpt, the treatment everyone is talking about. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe, gentle, yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while you're fully awake. ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target problem areas, your waistline, face, neck, arms, and thighs. Avoid wasting time and money on gimmicky lasers or fat-freezing methods. ProSculpt is one and done. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat, tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. Celebrate the holidays and get yourself a gift with a free consultation and get $250 off. Schedule at ProSculpt.com for powerful, permanent fat removal and skin tightening. It's ProSculpt.com.
Well, it's pretty hard to believe the holidays are here, and now is a great time for fitness gifts for your friends and family, or maybe even for yourself. Hey, Brock Ewart here, and from weight sets and accessories to the complete home gym, my friends at Top Fitness is the place to shop, and doing it right now. Top Fitness got certified pre-owned, pre-core commercial treadmills that are the same models used in hotels and clubs that typically sell for over $13,000 and available for you. You ready for this? For $3,300. They look like new and they come with a full warranty. So don't settle for that lightweight, cheaper treadmill when you can get a deal this good. As always, you get free delivery and assembly on those Precor treadmills, ellipticals, and exercise bikes. It's no secret why everyone, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love Top Fitness. You can visit them in Tukwila, Linwood, or Bellevue, or go to topfitness.com for all the fitness enthusiasts on your holiday lists. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
It's about grit.
Leonard Williams drags him down.
Running through whatever gets in your way.
The handoff to Charbonnet. Stiff arms a man, turns, first down. Oh my goodness, what a blast!
Fighting for every yard.
The handoff to Walker. He breaks a tackle, comes back to the near side, stumbles across again, breaks a tackle. Touchdown, Seahawks!
And a drive that never ends. Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football. Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry and dream engagement ring to be nothing short of perfect, no matter the price. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. This is the Huddle.
The handoff inside to Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app with hosts Michael Bumpus, Stacy Rost, and Dave Wyman. Time to go inside the Huddle.
Going to be joined in just a moment by Big Ray Roberts to talk about this offensive line against the defensive line. Before we get to Ray, Wyman, I'll start with you for this one. I think a lot of people were concerned about pass pro in the first half, and Mike McDonald mentioned that they got better in the second half. But what did you see against that Vikings defensive front?
They were pretty confused. I mean, there was a lot of guys that were free runners, as they say. Yeah, I mean, I thought Sam actually, look, he didn't throw 4 interceptions. He took 4 sacks. You know, and I thought that was a lot of the reason why. Like, you know, instead of trying to, because there's a couple of times I've seen him in those situations where he maybe tries to dump a ball off or whatever, and he just didn't do that. He just took the sacks, which that's probably what we wanted in LA, right? Take the sacks. Because, already, I mean, I think he's slated for like 22 sacks if you average it out, like, he's at 15 now. By the end of the year at this pace, it will now not 4, but,
Well, which is crazy
usually,
considering that I think Geno right now is like 45.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the rest of the NFL. I mean, other than Bo Nix is the only one that's been sacked less. So,
Big Ray Roberts joining us right now. Ray, how's it going?
It's going all right, man. How you guys doing? Sorry, I was running a little bit late there.
Oh, you're fine. I'm going to ask you actually the same question. I was just talking to Bump and Wyman about just kind of what happened with the pass pro and what you saw against the Vikings defensive line. The reason I ask is all of us have gotten the question basically all week long, Ray, of, oh my God, what if every other team tries to do this? Like, did we see something that's replicable here? So what did that defensive front do so well?
Well, I don't know if it was necessarily the defensive front as much as it was just the defensive scheme. And, like not many people tell you their game plan before the game, but Brian Flores, like the day before was like, yeah, we're going to blitz them. And then I was thinking to myself, like, he's just trying to set them up. They're probably not going to blitz. And then he just came and said, yep, that's what we're doing. And so what they really did a great job at was challenging like the rules of the offensive line, which is you always block from the inside out because that's the shortest distance to the quarterback is, the closer you get to the inside of the offensive line. So what they were doing was putting the guards and the centers in some type of conflict where there's like, let's say on Bradford's side, for instance, there's a linebacker and the safety standing over him. So you have to take the inside most guy, which was normally the linebacker. So you set on the linebacker, he fakes like he's going to blitz, and then so you're ready to block him, but then he backs out. And then now you're just an extra help if you can get out to the safety that blitzes. And so then when you see the play, you go like, man, Anthony Bradford's just standing there blocking nobody. It's like, no, they just freaking schemed it up really well. Unless you're like a freakish athlete who can set on the linebacker, he drops, and then you have the world's fastest, quickest feet to get back out to the outside to block a safety who's 60 pounds lighter than you, then, yeah, you can make that work. And I thought they did a really good job of challenging just the traditional rules of the offensive line, showing 7, blitzing 5, showing 7, bringing 7, putting 2 guys in the gap, both of them taking a step like they're rushing and then another guy backs out. That's really hard to defend. It's really hard to do. And to me, that was their defense to hold to JSN because now the quarterback can't set his feet. Those deeper routes can't develop. And, the chances of you getting that pass to JSN is lessened. And so I don't know. I didn't really look at the back end to see how they, maybe bracketed JSN. I just know that you didn't have time to get him the ball unless they were quick passes. And then you look at the second half, they did a better job at picking that stuff up. So they kept a tight end and on the end of the line of scrimmage so that you can have 3-on-3 on one side. They kept the running back in so that he could pick up the safety or the linebacker, and do it that way versus just going empty and just leaving one guy running free. So they did a better job in the second half, dumping it off to the running back. They ran 1 or 2 screens. So that starts to slow that blitz down. And then also running the football. If you can run the football and you have 7 guys on the line of scrimmage and you get past that first line of defense, it's just hit your head on the goalpost. So that can then also back people out of those blitz looks. So I thought the first half they just got out chess matched, and then in the second half they did a better job of matching the chess game.
Ray, tell us a guy who has become sort of an internet sensation, Anthony Bradford, and everybody has an opinion. And I mean, you look at it, and there's some really, really good things, and then there's some head scratching things. What do you think it is? What's your assessment of the way that Anthony Bradford plays?
You know what I think it is? I think that when you see him, and he's been here for 3 years now, he's a big, massive, athletic dude. But when we've talked to him, he sounds like a very young, not immature in that he does stupid things, but just immature in football. Like he hasn't peaked in his maturity as a football player. And then when he talked to us, he told us all the different offensive line coaches he's had since he's been in the league, the different offensive coordinators he's had since he's been in the league, the different people that have played beside him since he's been in the league. There's just a lot working against him, and he's a young dude still trying to figure the game out. And it's a lot more difficult than people make it look. And you can say, well, Raible jumped in and he's doing his thing, but he has his moments too. And so I'm not going to be as hard on Anthony Bradford, because when he gets it right, it is a freaking awesome thing to see. And so the plan, the job is to help him get it right more times than not. And it just so happens that on his really bad plays, they become really good replays on Twitter and all the other places for people to poke fun of him and make jokes about him and all that kind of stuff. And the one thing I do notice is that, like, a lot of the people that's doing all the poking and fun and joke are dudes that have never played. Dudes that have, and if they did play, they have no idea what it's like to play in the trenches. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, I take it personally when people start attacking them like that. You're not showing up every day. You're not out there banging heads with 300-pound dudes. You're not out there with people making fun of every single little thing you do, but you still have to show up every day. Imagine if someone did that at your job. You know what I'm saying? And you probably would not come home. You probably would not go to work. You call in sick every day. And this dude is just doing nothing but showing up, trying to get better, working hard. He understands and knows the things that are happening. I'm sure he's trying to work at it. And if there was a better player to put in there, they probably would have already. And the fact that they're sticking with him, they know that he gives them the best chance. And sometimes, Dave, it's better to know what you have than to know what you don't have. And so with the other guys, maybe they're not sure what they have yet, but with Bradford, you know exactly what you have. You know what I'm saying? You can have a dude that's going to look amazing, and you know you're going to have a handful of plays that don't look so great, and you can mitigate that.
Thank you for that, Ray, because I have a tendency to feel that way too. I feel like I don't like some smart-ass honk who hasn't played offensive guard criticizing him. I don't know why. I just don't like that.
Yeah.
So
it's easy. You know, it's easy too, Dave, to like look at a play and not know what's happening or not know what's going on, and you just focus on him. But there's a couple times where they're showing him like turned back towards the line of scrimmage, and the other guard is too, or the center is, or the run, or the tackle is. You can look at almost at any offensive line, and that's going to happen. There's a lot that goes on that's going to. Now, when he pulls and totally misses a guy, okay, we can criticize that. That you shouldn't miss that dude. You know what I'm saying? But just to find some random plays where it looks like he's not doing what he's not. Like there was a play where there was a guy lined up over him, standing up. That guy dropped into coverage. So then he put his hand to the right side to help Abe Lucas and just posted up the guy on Abe Lucas as he was looking back towards the center. And so that's what he's supposed to be doing. And everyone's like, oh, look at him. He's not blocking anybody. He's giving a hand to Abe. He's looking back to see if anyone's going to leak off the backside. There's no one to freaking block. He's doing what he's supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? And so, when you don't know, if you don't know what the hell is going on and you're trying to criticize him, then you just need to shut the hell up. If you've been in the position before and you have some coaching for him and you have some critique of him, I got you. I can roll with that. But just these people that just make their living off of criticizing people in Pro Football Focus, yeah, I'll just stop right there.
You can do without those people.
As someone who didn't play, this is why I appreciate having you on, Ray, because it's always good to hear a little bit of like, well, here's what really happened. Here's what you didn't see as someone who doesn't recognize that. So we appreciate it.
Oh, no problem.
All right, Ray, have a good one.
Thanks, Ray.
All right, you guys have a good one, man. Peace.
Talking to Steve Raible next. You're listening to The Huddle.
First shutout win for the Seahawks.
Wyman and Bob.
Since September 27th of 2015.
Remember that well.
Do you? No, I don't either. Had to look it up.
Every afternoon at 2.
It was kind of a weird game. I mean, it was just kind of a grind towards the end, but I mean, man, you hold any NFL team to a shutout, I don't care how bad they are, it's something to be proud of.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters and auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The birth of the American supercar is now open at America's Car Museum. Curated by master innovator Steve Saleen, this world-class exhibition takes you on a wild ride through the evolution of American speed, from classic muscle to the rarest supercars. Plan for an unforgettable day of horsepower, history, racing simulators, and food. It's fast, it's fun, and a great gift for Dad, doing something you'll never forget. Visit americascarmuseum.org today.
Mariners tickets for 2026 are on sale now.
Number 60! A catcher has hit 60 home runs!
Cal Raleigh and your AL West champs will be back in action before you know it. And now's a great time to lock in your seats for the biggest games. We'll be celebrating our 50th season all year long, from opening day on March 26th to epic events like Randy Johnson's number retirement. Plus, don't miss marquee matchups against the Yankees, Phillies, and more. Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident Book Series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. For my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group, are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I've got a special offer for you right now. Take advantage of off-season savings through December and get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and approving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
It's here, the Light the World giving machines at the Alderwood and South Hill malls. With a swipe of your credit card, donate a chicken, school supplies, meals, and more. Go to givingmachinewa.org.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Joining us right now, the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible. Rabes, how's it going?
It's going great. Stace, how are you guys?
Good. Fantastic. Getting ready for another morning game here. I mean, I don't travel, so for me, they're morning games, and I happen to like those. This time against the Atlanta Falcons. And Bump said something, Rabes, that's been sticking with me, and it's the Falcons' sack totals. They're third in the league in sacks. I did not feel great about facing a blitz-heavy Minnesota Vikings defense, and now I feel like we're heading in here to a game against the Falcons, and they're ready to do the same. What do you think that Seattle's offense is going to focus on getting right this time around?
Well, first of all, excuse me, it's a really good point about this defense. You know, there aren't a lot of defenses around that can do what Minnesota's did last year. I mean, they can last week. They can try, but if you're not playing that style of defense all the time, and you're not coaching it, and you're not thinking about it, and you're not having walkthroughs every day about that kind of defense, it's kind of tough to run. The Falcons are one of the few teams that also really like to bring the pressure, and they've got some really good guys to do it. I was really impressed. They got 2 rookie first-round draft choices that are listed as backups, and both of those guys lead the team with 5 sacks. So they're really good. They're talented. They're fast. They're hard hitters, all those things. I think after what Minnesota did, you're going to see the Vikings try to do a lot of the same stuff, maybe some different design. But they're going to find a way to try to bring more guys, either more guys that we can block or confuse our guys up front by looking like you're going to bring 6 and dropping 2 or sometimes 3 out. It's going to be a real cat and mouse game.
Hey, Rabes, it's pretty amazing. I would complain about the injuries, but the backups have been so good. I don't remember a year where, you've got so much play, because like Drake Thomas has played his way into being a starter. And I'm trying to remember, and can you, when we had this much production from guys that are second and sometimes third stringers?
No, not since Steve Largent broke his wrist and they had me start for a few games. Do I remember the significance of starting? I'll tell you what, that's exactly what they tried to retire my jersey. Get him out of here. Take the jersey off of. No, I don't remember actually this many guys who would be considered backups to be able to really come in and play as well as they have played at that level. And I think that's it's a great credit to the guy himself. The willingness to work hard, the fact that they're talented, they know what their strengths are and all that. But it's also really a great credit to John and his guys in the upstairs, the scouting department, in understanding who these guys are, what are their strengths. That's something that, Dave, you bring up, and we've talked to John about this. John's first kind of reaction when he talks to his scouts, excuse me, is don't tell me what this guy can't do. Tell me how he can help our franchise. Don't tell me his weaknesses. I want to know what his strengths are. And when you go into it looking that way, I think you have a much broader view of what the guy can do for you. And then I'll throw coaching in there as well. This is a really good coaching staff. And they take the follow of their leader, Mike McDonald, in making sure that every single detail is pointed out, gone over in triplicate, and then is understood before those guys hit the field.
Rabes, have you noticed anything about the maybe logistics or procedures when these guys are on the road that you feel like makes them so good?
It doesn't seem like it's all that different to us, but then we're not in there every day. I mean, we're not in there in all the meetings, and we're not there for how the day is broken up and how Mike and the performance team, those guys work on those players, get them ready to go. They have the team has a massage therapist there, a couple of them actually. And they're busy from noon to night in getting guys ready to go. I mean, as you all know, there maybe, Stace, with the exception of you, by the end of the week, after a game, you're still sore from the last game or from the last 12 or 13 games that you just played. So anything you can do to get guys ready to play. But I think they've really gone over that in detail, again, which is what Mike McDonald likes to do. And that is also include nutrition and hydration and all those things. I just think when you're a pretty darn good football team, it's not that things come easier, but you're finding these ways to become more successful, and your players buy into it. If they think George Dyer told us this, Dave, many years ago, if a player thinks you can help him, they're going to keep listening to you. And I think every time somebody for the Seahawks organization says, we think this is the right way to go, guys are listening, and it's successful.
Speaking of Mike Macdonald, and for that matter, John Schneider, you have a chance every single week to talk to these two guys and kind of check in. With John, obviously, you've been doing that for years, so maybe this question isn't quite as relevant for him. But what have you noticed most from those interviews this year in terms of maybe Mike Macdonald, how you've seen him grow, change? Is he more open? Like, what's kind of been maybe something that's stuck with you from those interviews this season?
Well, it's funny you should mention that, Stacy. I'll mention both of them quickly. With John Schneider, the one thing I noticed after all these years of doing interviews with him on the sidelines before a game, he's never changed. I don't care if you're 13-point favorites or 12-point underdogs. He's always nervous before a game. That's one thing about it, because he understands that anything can happen. And what goes hand in hand with that is wanting to get guys healthy. You never saw anybody that wanted to end games in preseason faster than John Schneider. Let's play 2.5 quarters and get out of here. I don't want anybody to get hurt. So that's one of the things about John. He is really thoughtful. He is as funny as the day is long. He's a great guy, but he is nervous about keeping his guys healthy, getting them on and off the field, having them ready to play. Mike, it's also interesting in that his confidence level, last year he sounded the part very well as a young first-year head coach. This year he believes the part. He understands. He knows. He made changes, both in personnel on the field and personnel in the coaching offices. He just kind of gets it, and he really knows how to get through to the players. And in that gives him a great deal of confidence. When his players you hear them echo back some of the things that he says, almost in the same verbiage. And he trusts himself. He trusts his knowledge, and he also trusts that there are a lot of smart people in this league, and I got a bunch of them coaching for me, and I'm going to listen to what they all have to say. So I think everybody over the years grows and learns if you're willing to. And I think both these guys, and especially Mike Macdonald, has just proven to be, I've heard all the guys on the station there talking about it. He's, in my estimation, one of the top 3 coaches in the league, 4 coaches in the league right now.
That's so interesting to hear about the juxtaposition between like the pure confidence that Mike clearly possesses now, and then not the lack of confidence John has, but just, you're thinking differently as a GM. You fundamentally have to think differently about a team. Very interesting. Good stuff, Raible. Yeah. We appreciate you joining us.
Anytime, guys.
See ya.
Thanks, Raible.
I kicked Raible out.
You did.
Yeah,
Raible is ready to keep talking.
I know. I honestly, I would love to keep hearing from Raible about all of these interviews, but unfortunately, I have to hit the break because we're going to come back and learn a bit more about the Falcons with Andy Bunker. That's next.
Cliff Averill here, giving a big shout out to the biggest and the best in the Northwest. That's right, I'm talking about Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Time and time again, they've been voted the best resort and best casino with the best chicken wings. There's nothing like being the very best, so come check out everything this place has to offer. Hey, when they say the biggest and the best, they mean it. Everything's on the table at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Find out more at muckleshootcasino.com, and please game responsibly.
Seattle's rainy season is here. Don't wait to replace your roof. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and get $500 off your roofing project. Our expert team creates a custom plan for your home, ensuring a smooth, worry-free installation even in the winter months. With material prices low and lead time short, now is the best time to act. Stop throwing money at costly repairs. Protect your home this winter with a new roof from your neighbors at 3Tree Roofing. Visit 3treeroofing.com today to secure your $500 discount. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home. Thanks to the VA Home Loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
And education, and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
The financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earned. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
Get ready, because Murphy Auction is closing out the year with a massive Marysville equipment auction with the complete dispersal of AA rentals, 7 mini excavators, 17 skid steers, tractors, backhoes, telescopic forklifts, and over 100 gas-powered landscaping tools. Need something heavier? A John Deere 85G excavator, a Hitachi ZX290LC, a Cat CS563E roller, and 10 high-reach boom lifts, plus 3 big-time dump trucks hit the block, a 2018 Kenworth T880 Super Solo, a 2019 Peterbilt quad axle, and a 2005 Kenworth T800 quad axle, plus a fleet of 6 2017 to 2019 Peterbilt 567 tractors. The biggest auction of the year of heavy equipment, trucks, and more is underway now and closes at 10 a.m. Thursday, December 11th. Visit murphyauction.com for details. That's murphyauction.com.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The Puyallup Tribe of Indians and Salish Cancer Center are excited to announce the 3rd annual Giving Hope Gala. You can help support the Giving Hope Gala December 13th at the Emerald Queen Casino Event Center and raise money for the Patient Financial Assistance Fund. The Salish Cancer Center helps anyone battling cancer, and attending this incredible event supports that cause. For tickets, sponsorship, and additional information on the Giving Hope Gala, visit puyalluptribe-nsn.gov. That's puyalluptribe-nsn.gov.
The Okie Golf Platinum Players Card is $50 off with the Friends and Family Holiday Discount. The best value in golf. Get 7 prepaid rounds, 7 50% off guest passes, and unlimited discounted green fees at every public Okie golf course. Play favorites like the Golf Club at Newcastle, Washington National, and Harbor Point. This is the only time you'll see a deal like this. So whether you're gifting it or grabbing it for yourself, don't miss your chance. Visit okiegolf.com and save $50 before December 31st.
Okay, only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There, the last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
All right, we are going to take a step across enemy lines to learn a bit more about this Falcons team. Bump, I'm still thinking about what you mentioned earlier about just the amount of time they blitz, about what you said about Bijan Robinson. It just feels like, and I'm curious if you agreed, it feels like everything, there's so many things on paper that should be good about the Falcons, and then their record doesn't quite make sense. Is it quarterback play? Is it offensive struggles? I mean, it's interesting. They have talent.
It's everybody. It's football.
It's football.
Yeah, Bijan, like I said, I think is the most talented running back in the game. Yeah. Doesn't have the best numbers, but just the way he moves and runs, like it's impressive. Over 500 yards receiving, 900 yards rushing. He's a problem. And it's weird because you're right. They're getting after the quarterback. 3rd most sacks in the game. They blitzed second most. And but they're not winning ball games. But that just shows how consistent you got to be. You got to put drives together. You're got your backup quarterback now, who was your starter last year. There's just been no really flow for these guys this season.
So then, well, actually, let's bring on our guest right now, Andy Bunker, joining us right now as we take a look at the Falcons here of 92.9 The Game. Andy, how's it going?
Pretty good, guys. How are you?
Good. A question I was just asking my co-hosts here is kind of like what has and hasn't been working for the Falcons this year. Bijan Robinson is obviously great. They're third in sacks, but obviously don't quite have the record to show for it. So what is kind of firing on all cylinders, and what have they been struggling with?
I mean, I can't say that anything's been firing on all cylinders. The weird thing is they tend to play to the level of the competition. They've played really well against good teams and gone to overtime against a couple good teams. They've played awful against bad teams. And at the end of the game, whether it's a good team or a bad team, they tend to find a way to lose. I mean, they lost to the Jets on Sunday because they couldn't cover a kickoff. So it's a weird team that has talent, but they just find ways to make really bad mistakes at the end of the game seemingly every Sunday.
Hey, Andy, good to hear from you, by the way. I love that.
Yeah, good to hear from you too, Dave.
Yeah. Hey, as far as what you're looking at, what do you see from the Seahawks defense? I mean, obviously domination. I mean, they've just been killing it, but, only 88 yards a game. What's been kind of the talk about the challenge of facing the Seahawks there in Atlanta?
I mean, it's so tough at this point. We're kind of straddling the fence of, yes, we're talking about what the Falcons need to do on Sunday against the Seahawks, but the majority of the conversation right now is, are they going to fire the coaching staff? I feel like half of them, not even half, more than half of the time we spend talking about the Falcons right now is more about the future than it is about Sunday, which is tough because you want to be excited about the game that's going to be played between the two teams. But, with the way that they've played this season and Penix being hurt now, and it's just like things have gone so sideways that I don't honestly, I don't even know how many Falcons fans have thought a ton about how good the Seahawks are and about the challenge that's coming to town because they're so mad about the 8 losses that they have and getting beat 34-10 by the Dolphins and blowing a lead to the Jets on Sunday. It's like, it's tough. It's not been a fun season at all. I'll be honest with you about that.
Yeah, I bet, man. What were the expectations coming into the season? I mean, you were 8-9 last year, right? Tampa Bay won the division.
Yeah.
What were the goals this year?
Again, it felt like the consensus among the fans and a lot of what was being said by, Raheem Morris and Terry Fontenot, the general manager, and even some of the players, they felt like they had a team that could win 10, 11 games and could go to the playoffs. And, the Falcons haven't been in the playoffs since 2017. So, and this streak of not going to the playoffs, Vegas didn't agree. Vegas set the over-under, I think, at 8.5. So they thought they'd be right around the same place that they were in last year. And my thought was, as good as some of the weapons on offense are with Bijan and Drake London and guys like that, Penix had only started 3 games coming into this season. So he was essentially a rookie. And you know how it is with rookie quarterbacks. It's going to be ups and downs. And so, I mean, I think the expectation was somewhere between, right around 500 and maybe win a couple more than that and get in at the wild card. But for them to have lost 6 out of 7 games now and Penix to be out for the year and not really know if he's going to be even available for week 1 next year, definitely they have not met expectations. I think different people had different expectations, but this is much worse than anyone thought.
I'm assuming, and I'm sorry if this has been officially announced, but I'm assuming Drake London is out for this one. What's some of the injury situations and what's the offense without Drake London? Who do they typically turn to?
Yeah, I mean, it's not official, but likely. He hasn't played the last 2. Didn't practice today or yesterday. I know they're trying and they need him. But I mean, the passing game was tough with Drake London healthy. He had accounted for 60% of the targets this year, and way higher than that when you take out tight ends and running backs. Michael Penix was not throwing to anybody other than Drake London, really. Darnell Mooney, who is a receiver that they signed last offseason from Chicago, had a really nice year last year, almost had 1,000 yards, but he broke his collarbone in training camp and just kind of never got off the ground this season and really hasn't done much. And beyond him, it's tough. Like, it's really thin in the receiving core. I mean, they started a guy Sunday against the Jets that had never played, but he had been on the practice squad all year, never played, got elevated Sunday because they had to healthy scratch one of the other backup wide receivers who's a great special teams guy because he missed a meeting. Ray McLeod, who was like the third wide receiver, got cut in week 5 because he was mad that they fired the wide receivers coach and that was his buddy. So it's not great. It's not great in the receiving in the passing game beyond Drake London.
Hey, tell us about Raheem Morris and just the kind of leader. I always respected him and everywhere he's been, but what are some of the things? Because Mike McDonald has really put his stamp on this team, with all the little things that he does. But how what kind of job has Raheem Morris done this year?
I mean, I'm with you, Dave. I respect him. I think he's awesome. I think he's got the right mentality, the right disposition for the job. It's hard because, when you hire a guy that doesn't have like a specific specialty as far as the side of the ball, like he was the defensive coordinator in Los Angeles with the Rams, but before that he was like a passing game coordinator with the Falcons. He had kind of done a bunch of different stuff here and there on his resume along the way, and he's not calling the defense here, and he's not calling the offense, and like for things to have kind of struggled the way that they have, and a big part of it being, the coordinators. I mean, they had to fire the defensive coordinator, Jimmy Lake, at the end of last year, the former Washington head coach, replaced him with Jeff Ulbrich. The special teams coordinator is for sure going to get moved on from at the end of this year, if not everybody else involved with the coaching staff as well. But people are really critical of his ability to put his staff together, and I think that's reasonable. I mean, I think a big part of the struggle has been that, and because again, it seems like outside of some of what we were just talking about with the depth in the receiver room, there's quite a bit of talent on the team. Like, brought back pretty much the same offensive line. Everybody knows how good Bijan is. The defense is doing great, sacking the quarterback. I think a lot of the blame has been focused toward the coaching staff, and I mean, I think he's handling it well, but it's hard to handle being 4-8.
He is 92.9 The Game's Andy Bunker, kind enough to join us for an opponent preview. Thanks, Andy.
Thanks, Andy.
Oh, no problem, guys.
See you, Andy.
Have a good one. All right, we are going to figure out where the Seahawks stand heading into this Week 14 matchup against the Falcons. Seahawks.com reporter John Boyle joins us next.
Every morning at 7:45.
Is there a Sam Darnold kryptonite?
The pressure, in particular, the pressure in Sam's face. He can dodge the outside stuff. We've seen him escape to the outside a bunch. He'll step up into the pocket if you try to overload or bring edge pressure, but it's the stuff right in the middle that's been problematic. There's always answers. It's just how quickly you can get to them.
Catch every Blue 88 on the Seattle Sports app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Looking for a high school that nurtures both the mind and spirit? Archbishop Murphy High School is where academic excellence meets faith-based education. With a 100% graduation rate and a college prep program designed to challenge and inspire, our students are prepared for whatever the future holds. But it's more than just academics. Archbishop Murphy's robust athletics, arts, and co-curricular activities ensure that every student finds their passion and thrives. Archbishop Murphy High School believes in educating the whole person. That's why we offer a vibrant campus life where students grow not only academically, but also spiritually, socially, and physically. Don't just take our word for it. See it for yourself. Schedule a visit and discover how Archbishop Murphy High School can help your students succeed. Visit am-hs.org. IRG Physical and Hand Therapy proudly supports Archbishop Murphy High School, where your story begins. am-hs.org.
What's up, everybody? It's Michael Bumpus. Seattle U's men's basketball team is hosting some big games at Climate Pledge. Come see teams like Washington, Washington State, and Gonzaga. First game is December 7th against UTEP. Grab your tickets at goseattleu.com/tickets. Red Hawks rising.
Welcome to Cricket Wireless. Santa?
I've got to get Mrs. Claus a gift or I'm in a whole lot of trouble.
How about a single unlimited line? Only $35, plus a free Moto G5G.
Dude, you're a lifesaver. Here, take a present.
Says it's for Timmy in Des Moines.
Never heard of him.
Join Cricket Nation and get a single line for $35 per month, plus a free Moto G5G. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Requires activation of new line on select unlimited plan or higher. Pay $40 first month. New lines only. First month service charge. Tax to its sale fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hurry, it's your last chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for 2025. Any car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Act now for your maximum 2025 tax deduction and vacation voucher. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate. That's CARS with a K.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks game. Sunday, December 14th. Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds. Do it every day, December 2nd through December 8th. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
John Boyle joining us right now. John, we did get some good injury news for Seattle in that Julian Love, Jaron Reed, and Derek Young were able to return to practice.
Yes.
And not officially activated from the IR. What did Mike McDonald tell you guys this week about that?
Yeah, I mean, he's being pretty vague about it, and I don't know. Sometimes that's strategic, sometimes just because they don't know yet. Julian Love was actually asked, too, about it because he named Man of the Year, and so he was talking to the media about that. And, of course, if he's talking, someone's going to ask him if he's playing. And he said, we have a plan. So that's, he's not going to say either way. They want to be careful with him, especially. I think with Jaron Reed, it's, is it structurally sound enough after the surgery? Is he good? So I think he's, probably got a good shot to be out there. Julian Love, they just want to be really careful because they, he's already had the one setback. They don't want to have that happen again. But yeah, it's nice to see, when you're playing as good as they're playing on defense and now you're starting to add some frontline top guys, that's a big deal.
I think Jay Reed's my favorite player. Just because I think he brings like such a nastiness.
Yeah. Yeah, just like the swagger he brings.
Yeah, exactly. But Derek Young, man, if you go and look at like the year that he was having special teams wise, I mean that guy is incredibly valuable.
Yeah.
I feel like he's kind of the underrated, one we don't talk about.
Yeah, really his whole career, when he's been healthy, he's a great special teams player. I feel bad because I feel like there's been a few times in his career where we might start to see him get a little more look on offense, and then something's, in this case, an injury, but things have kind of set him back. Because if you go back to before this injury, he had, the one really big catch down the sideline. I forget which game it was, but I mean, he's a guy. He had a great camp as a receiver as well. But yeah, special teams. He's been returning kicks for him. He's a great coverage guy. He can do so much on teams. So yeah, he's maybe not as big a name as a Julian Love or Jaron Reed getting back, but when they get him back out there, that's important too.
How was the first week of Quandre Diggs? I think I saw he got 4 special team snaps.
I think he might have got a couple of defensive snaps at the very end when they were, closing out the game. But yeah, that doesn't surprise me. He's coming in. It's a similar defense, but still new. And Fortunately, Ty Okada was able to go. I think Quandre being up for that game was much more about like we need depth if Okada can't finish the game with that injury he played through. But yeah, I mean he'll build up, get up to speed with the defense and just get ready to go, and it'd be fun to see him out there. But with Julian Love getting back, we'll see what that looks like, because whenever Julian Love's back, all of a sudden the depth is a lot better there.
I understand how silly it is to ask about concerns after a 26-0 shutout win.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, Boyle, I think some people left this game going, I would have loved to see more from the offense, and oh God, can we see more from Sam Darnold, down the stretch here? So with that in mind, is there something that you would like to see the offense, do, especially in this one?
Yeah, I do kind of like that they're going to face another team that's going to blitz them a lot. The Falcons, I think, are second in the league in blitz rate behind only the Vikings. And, it's not the same, but I want to see how they handle that. They didn't do a very good job against the Vikings blitz in the first half, 4 sacks. 2 of those were on the ground. They recovered 1. But, I think they didn't have to throw it a lot in the second half, but I do think we saw that the protection looked better. Sam wasn't getting hit as much. They were, I think they got him off sides 3 times, so it makes me think they might have, changed some things up with the cadence or the snap count or whatever to get them kind of on their heels a little bit. So I would have been curious if that had been a game where they needed to really get after it in the passing game. I think it would have looked better than in the first half. But yeah, it'll be good for them to face another tough blitz and just show they can handle that, because teams are going to try that on them if they see success.
Yeah, and I think that there was a lot of panicking about the offensive line after this game. I mean, it was a shutout. You scored 1 touchdown, but you got a bunch of field goals, and I don't know. It seemed like I can imagine that, like, in those meetings, it's not like total chaos and they're screaming and oh my God, what are we gonna do? I don't know. There was a lot of overreaction.
And look, give the Vikings a lot of credit too. Like, Brian Flores is rightly known as one of the best defensive coaches in this game. And just because they got pressure on the Seahawks doing what they do, and Mike McDonald made this point on the radio on Monday, was like, other teams don't have that defense and that scheme and that guy coaching it. So you can't just say, hey, this worked against the Seahawks, we're going to do that in week 17 because we saw it on film. That's not how this league works. And so yes, you want to be better. You want to protect Sam Darnold better. You want to obviously not put the ball on the ground, but I don't think anybody's panicking about what was essentially one bad half of pass protection.
Yeah. I think we got somebody who's questionable for Sunday's game.
Oh, Michael Bumpus.
Struggling right now.
I do find it interesting. Struggling, but then made sure to grab a cookie.
Yeah, he comes back with water and a cookie.
Man, I made that laugh. I'm like, oh, okay. I think that's a good point, because this week you're playing the Atlanta Falcons, and they blitz the second most in the league, right? 3rd most sacks. But I expect some wrongs to be corrected for some of the things you said. Like, it's a different scheme. You got different coaches over there. What do you want to see from this offense this week?
I'd love to see him just protect the ball better, whether it's Sam Darnold getting hit or just, not throwing an interception, which they haven't. I think it's 2 games without an interception, which is good after throwing 4 a few weeks ago. But yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing offensively for me. If you're going to face teams that pressure you, is just, are you making smart decisions with the ball? Are you taking care of the football? And then obviously moving the chains as well.
I'm going to ask you a question that we've already discussed a little bit,
All right.
but I'm just curious to see if your answer lines up with ours. We have been asking how many wins it might take to win the NFC West. Last year it was won with 10. Obviously, we know it came down to a tough tiebreaker.
It's going to be more than that.
More than that. So what have you kind of found yourself settling on?
I think probably 13. God. And it might be, look, it could be, if everybody ends up with 12 wins, 12 might do it in a tiebreaker. But I think if anyone's going to win it outright, I think one of these teams is going to get to 13.
God, I think you're right. It's just, I mean, let's say it's the Seahawks. They haven't had 13 wins since, was it 2013?
Yes, correct. They went 13-3 that year, 12-4 the next year. So, yeah.
Is this the best Seahawks team you've seen in 10 years?
I think it might be. I mean, when you look at, not just that they're winning games, but style points shouldn't matter in terms of standings, but when you look at historically the teams that are winning by a lot of points, when you look at that point differential, those are the best teams. Mm-hmm. You look at the best teams in franchise history, the highest point differentials line up with, if you just listed what are the best Seahawks teams, you'd say 2013, 2014, 2005, 1984, all the top point differential teams in team history. This team's already, I think, 6th best point differential in franchise history with 5 games to go. So, yeah, I think when you look at as explosive they can be on offense, I mean, they're 3rd in the league in scoring and points allowed. Obviously, his defense has been outstanding. It's about as complete a team as I can remember. I don't want to start doing let's compare this defense to the LOB. I don't think that's fair to either group. But just with everything they're doing on both sides of the ball, I think this can be, as good as just about any team that we've seen.
I might start asking you this every week for the rest of the season, but what's the most interesting thing that you heard from Coach McDonald this week? Yeah, I think that you were playing a clip where he was getting a little fired up. About play calling and stuff like that. Was that it?
I did enjoy that a lot. And I think that we touched on this a minute ago, but the point of just because you see it that worked and, that worked for this team against this team, so we're just going to take that. It does, first of all, teams fix those mistakes that they put on tape. And second of all, you got to stay you make adjustments every week, but you got to do what you do. You got to have an identity. You can't just rewrite it every week against an opponent. I mean, maybe Bill Belichick did that a little bit defensively in his peak days where they just changed the defense every time. But yeah, I mean, I like that a lot. I think a fun topic this week's been hearing Mike talk about Nicky Manwari. And the way he talks about it, he's never had a player like this, and he coached Kyle Hamilton. And he's not saying he's better than Kyle Hamilton, but just what a rare athlete combination of size, speed, ability. I mean, he's playing defensive end one play, and he's covering Justin Jefferson on third down and should have had an interception. Yeah. I mean, the way he can just do so many different things, it's a game changer on defense.
Most versatile player in the league right now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. He can play on all three levels. Yep. And again, it's not we'll put him in coverage if we need to, but we don't like the matchup. He covering the best one, not the best one plays here, but one of the best receivers in the NFL down the field on third down. He's incredible.
Yeah.
Quick question to wrap up. I was inspired by the wish list conversation, which I thought was funny. And I won't say on air because you guys were talking about gifts for your kids. But
Little Wish. They don't listen to sports
Little
radio.
Wish. You never know. They're huge fans.
They're huge.
Little
Wish,
Big
Stacy.
Wish. Your Little Wish is going to be something you think is perfectly achievable, that you think this team should just be doing a football fundamental, a Little Wish for this game. Big Wish, something you'd love to see. You don't know if it's going to happen. You would just love to see it. Wyman, Boyle, bump.
All right. I'm going to say that Shaheed has a breakout game. It's been 4 games that he's been here. Obviously, they brought him here for a reason. And I'm not saying that he's been poor or anything like that. It's just that we haven't seen anything that's super dynamic.
That's why it's a big wish.
And I think that that would be my wish. That would be my wish list.
Okay.
He has a huge game.
Little Wish, I just want to see better in the red zone. Over the course of the season, they've been a pretty good red zone team. They're living about 60%, 61%, I think, which is, not great, but top half of the league. But last 3 games, they were down to 40%. So just, make it. They don't need to score every single time, but
just a little wish.
Let's call it. Get back around. Let's say they get 3 touchdowns on 5 red zone trips, and then kick a couple field goals or something.
That's when you ask for something that you know for a fact they can afford.
Yes. If I have a big wish, I want to see a stretch of turnover-free games. I feel like they can kind of clean it up, but it's just give me 3 straight games without turning the ball over.
Bump, final words.
Little Wish. She got mad at me. I don't want Myers to be the special teams player of the month ever again. Because that means you're finishing drives. I'm good with the field goal. I'll take the money.
No, I hear you.
But let's finish drives. Big Wish. Let's have Kupp just go off. Let him get 100 and a touchdown.
There you go. All right. Seahawks pregame show and postgame show hosted by Michael Bumpus on Sunday. Obviously, make sure you're checking out Seahawks.com for the latest from John Boyle. Wyman on the call with Raible. This has been The Huddle.
The one and only Mark Schlereth. Every Monday at 4 during the NFL season with Wyman and Bob.
I understand the Vikings aren't great, but still.
Their right guard, Fries, he got beat so fast by Big Cat.
Yeah.
And the only thing faster than that sack was Will Fries sticking his hand out to help the quarterback up. I would cut him right there on the spot. I mean, he just turned around and stuck his hand out there like, hey, Parker, how you doing? Let me help you up. And I was just like, dude, get out.
On YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, you know, we've tried to shape.
You know, taught and bred, they made it really easy. You either take care of the customer or I will. So that empowered you, so if something does come up, to do the right thing.
It wasn't just working for a store, right? I was working for a legacy. I can't tell you how many people have come in and said, I've bought 3 cars here. My family has bought 7 cars here. My father or my mother have bought cars here. That's kind of rare nowadays, you know, to get that type of longevity. You have to be doing something right.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all 3 like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Get ready, because Murphy Auction is closing out the year with a massive Marysville equipment auction with the complete dispersal of AA rentals, 7 mini excavators, 17 skid steers, tractors, backhoes, telescopic forklifts, and over 100 gas-powered landscaping tools. Need something heavier? A John Deere 85G excavator, a Hitachi ZX290LC, a Cat CS563E roller, and 10 high-reach boom lifts, plus 3 big-time dump trucks hit the block, a 2018 Kenworth T880 Super Solo, a 2019 Peterbilt quad axle, and a 2005 Kenworth T800 quad axle, plus a fleet of 6 2017 to 2019 Peterbilt 567 tractors. The biggest auction of the year of heavy equipment, trucks, and more is underway now and closes at 10 a.m. Thursday, December 11th. Visit murphyauction.com for details. That's murphyauction.com.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter is out for Monday night's game against the Chargers. He's undergone a procedure this past Monday on both shoulders. That, according to Adam Schefter, he's now undergoing treatment on both shoulders and will be considered week to week to return. He wants to be as close to 100% as possible for the playoff run, according to sources. Meanwhile, in the world of college football, Penn State's still looking for a head coach, and apparently it will not be Kalen DeBoer, who said he does not have any interest in other jobs. He's 19-6 in his 2+ seasons with the Crimson Tide, or in his second season, I should say. His quote, "We're extremely happy at Alabama. We're extremely happy here. Love the challenge, love the grind, love this place. There's never been any link. There's never been any conversation. There's never been any interest either way, so I'm glad we can put that to bed right now."
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's